Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting.
Yeah, I'm just checking if it's capturing. That's why it's like based code, by the way.
Nintendo.
Based company.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
Right. Oh man, my right ear really like that. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. It's funny, I always think of this title as Requiem, but the OT song I think of it as Requiem. Fun facts about me. Let me just check again that it's capturing, I'm just paranoid. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, when I alt tab it, it's not fine. And now it seems to be fine. Let's go!
Flesh, bone, bound together with the oddest magical incantation. This wretched book is where it all began so long ago. Before time, before humanity. I am Dr. Edward Roivas. I am a clinical psychologist. I am also dead. This is not my story, nor even the story of the Roivas family. It is the story of humanity. Like it or not, believe it or not, as you will. Your perceptions will not change reality, but simply color it. Humanity has been on the edge of extinction for 2 millennia, ignorant of so much and dependent on so few. The Guardians grow restless. Their time once again near. Whether by fate or misfortune, my family has crossed their path, and they didn't take kindly to it. Their attention turns to my granddaughter, for she is the last of my line, and the last hope for humanity.
No pressure. Well then. Close. I'm gonna go to bed now. Can I keep this bed?
Hello?
Miss Alexandra Roivas?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Inspector LeGrasse of the Rhode Island Police.
LeGrasse.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's been an accident with your grandfather.
I'll be on the next flight out.
Accident. It's just an accident, boys.
Ah, Miss Roivas. I'm pleased to meet you. I trust you had a pleasant trip?
Yes, I suppose so, considering.
Yes, my condolences. This is most unpleasant. It's a shame we couldn't meet under brighter circumstances.
Yes, it is. Can we get this over with, please?
Of course, this way. But I must warn you, it's not a pleasant sight. I'm afraid there's not much to see.
Nani?
Miss Roivas, is that your grandfather, Edward?
Yes, it's him. He's wearing our family ring.
Sip.
I don't understand. Why are you showing me this?
Another
Can't
sip.
you check dental records or something? What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It's my job, lady. You're the only living relative, and no, we can't check dental records. There's no head. None of this makes sense.
That makes it hard, yeah.
There's no sign of intrusion, and there was certainly a lot of force used here. I have never seen anything like this in my 20 years on the force. We have no evidence except for the body, and what's left doesn't say much. Ugh, we don't have a single clue.
Oh, wow.
You better find out who did this. I'm not leaving Rhode Island until you do. There must be some clue in this old mansion revealing what happened. I want answers.
So do I. I wish I had some.
A few weeks later, shocked by her grandfather's mysterious death and frustrated at the incompetence of the local police, Alex vows to uncover the truth. She decides to search the mansion, the place where Edward conducted his research. If there was a tie to his past, possibly a tie to his murderer, it would be here. Here we are. Looks like it's about 3:33. A beautiful carriage clock. The hands appear to be stuck, yet the clock continues to tick, with the time permanently set to 3:33. There's a key in the back of the clock, presumably for winding it. Should Alex look at the key? Yeah. Alex picks up the desk clock and pulls the key from it. However, there is something odd about the key. It isn't for winding it at all. It looks like a dresser key. Alex found the dresser key. Ayo. Can I look at it again? Beautiful carriage clock. The hands appear to be stuck. Yeah, they just removed the end. That's a nice looking code. Portraits of the ancestral Roivas line. Portraits of the ancestral Roivas line the foyer walls. Their faces reveal a dark, brooding edge. There's something about each one that gives the viewer an unsettling feeling. Unsettling feelings, eh? In my video game? Okay. We have the dresser keys. You also have the second floor key. We started with that. Then why don't we go to the second floor? Cute. Door's locked. Use. The key comes apart in the lock. The key to the second floor is broken. Perhaps there's a way of repairing it. Man, you klutz! I can't believe you have done such a thing. This is where the cutscene took place. In the warm glow of candlelight, the Roivas family tree hangs from the wall. Shadows flitter across its surface, obscuring the detail. If one looks closely, the family's secrets are revealed. What's their secret? Someone kill themselves? Whoop diddly do, that's a big secret. The books in this corner seem to focus on the supernatural. The writings of Poe, Lovecraft, the portrait of Blake, the art of Bosch, everything with a tie to the ethereal or fantasy. It is all here, a reference library to the arcane. Was this Alex's grandfather's secret hobby? There are worse hobbies you can have than that. That's some, I don't know, unsettling picture on the wall right there, I would say. This looming grandfather clock seems to stand ominously in the corner, gazing on this empty room with almost patriarchal air. Adjust the clock hands, yes. How about we set it to 3:33? Man, that was hard. Secret pad. What could it be? Right. There is a flashing thing here. Wait, what's this? An aged page. Aged. Set inside a glass frame hangs on the wall. An insane scribbling covers the page, incomprehensible to Alex. Perhaps if Alex had some kind of tone, it could be deciphered. Perhaps, but perhaps not. A large leather-bound antique book rests on the cluttered desk. Should Alex read the book? Let's have a read.
I had no knowledge of what was to come, nor did I care. How the knowledge changed me, it will also change you. As you read this, you will come to learn fear as I have. You too will come to understand, or you will perish. To think that once I could not see beyond the veil of our reality, to see those who dwell behind. My life now has purpose, for I have learned the frailty of flesh
Persia, 26
and
BC.
bone. I was once a fool.
You can do it. That was tough.
Where is quies candamest? Where is conservandi? Facusatis aquae sumat.
It's a bit choppy here.
Animus eorum conferma.
Hopefully
Pugna
fast.
huis, dia sit modo prima multarum. Si inceptum conficiamus.
For to complete our mission.
Quam primum, Centurio Augustus.
Once.
I would like to compliment you once more on your battle tactics. Our enemies did not have a chance.
What here is awful.
Do you believe that it really exists, Centurion?
I do not doubt our Emperor's beliefs, or his orders. But if we are to retrieve the artifact, then we must be strong and patient. Come to us, pious Augustus.
Seems to be maybe an outdoor environment that's hard to handle. Yes, just follow the voices. It's a good idea. Now it's smooth as butter. If that happens again, then I'll check it some settings or something. Anyway, here we are as a Roman warrior. Centurion even. The dais on the floor is finely crafted, inlaid with gold and gems that Pius can't identify. A strong linear design is situated in the middle, and is equally unknown to the Roman soldier. Very well. A shaft descends towards the next lower level. A ladder is situated on one side of the shaft. Interesting. What are these sounds? Like it's the fire. Anything else of interest? Oh, let's step down. Ladder leads into the dank heart of the labyrinth. Danger lurks beneath, yet Pius' courageous resolve does not buckle. That's a man's man. Okay. There appears to be something of a spooky nature lying here. He knew that was happening. He was like, yeah, get your ass up. Let's go. That was a lot loud-ish. Pick one of those, call me in the morning. Oh, yes, friends. Thanks. Strange granite block lies on the floor. And now it lies in my pockets. Strange granite block rests on the platform, and now it rests in my pocket. Hey. Strange granite block lies on the floor, and now it lies in my pocket. Up. Open. What could it mean? This wall is prominently decorated with a strange line symbol carved into the granite. Cut into the wall is a square hole lined with scratches as though something has been removed from it. This is a sharp-edged block of granite, etched on one side with a curious line design colored blood red, ghostly blue, insipid green. I'm gonna need a dictionary for this. Hold on. Hopefully it doesn't lag too much as I have that. Insipid. Lacking flavor, weak or tasteless. Lacking vigor or interest. Many artists continue to chum out insipid, shallow works. Really? That's not a positive way to call it. I think it's a nice shade of green, to be honest. This is a gladius, the standard weapon of the Roman army. A short double-edged sword with a sharp triangular point. The gladius was designed primarily for hacking and chopping at the enemy. It could be used to pierce armor as well. Which wall am I in front of? I think it was blue? No, it's red. Oh, it didn't go in. Okay. There you go. Some phthalo blue, I mean some ghostly blue. No, not lag. In the middle of the dais, now it rests in my pocket. Okay, I have one idea of settings that should hopefully make this better. Let's do that, and close, and hopefully it will be better now. It's struggling, it's definitely struggling. Okay, here's your insipid green. this? Filled with purple and tainted by black shadow. Okay, so it's just normal purple, however it has black shadow? If you say so. The door is open. How nice. How you doing, buddy? Yes? Can I help you? Pies, you must prove your worth by destroying this statue. Okay. Up. 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 I done did destroyed it. A button. A button. Attached to a small pylon softly illuminates the room. A bizarre energy seems to radiate from it. What do you mean a button? Buttons weren't a thing back then, were they? You can't just say a button, right? Just push the button, yes. Why did I close my backtracking options? That doesn't make sense. Can't go back. Oh. No. Mistakes. Back and slash. Ouch. Health. When it reaches 0, the character will die. Challenge settled. Yeah. I was just curious about why you closed the door on me, but alright. Oh. Oh, wait. I see. Quite ominous. Is this where I wash my hands? Strange sculpture resembling a red claw worm that mysteriously floats above a pedestal. Pious claim this artifact. Red clawed worm? Better than that. Shaped like a delicate dome. A pale blue statuette floats gracefully above the pedestal. Gracefully, eh? That's not me. An effigy resembling a warped angel shaped from dark green emerald hovers effortlessly above the pedestal. So this one isn't, what was the word? Resurgent or whatever? Warped angel, like me. Dark green emerald, like me. Effortlessly, like me. Yes. I take the Kokiri Emerald. Just kidding. Kokiri Emerald takes me. Ain't that some shit?
Eons
I
have
picked
passed
the wrong
since
one.
then, and I have learned much. I was once as naive as a child, but now my mind is sharp.
Like a teenager.
With the power of Xelatoth, I can now read the thoughts of others and make them raving mad with a mere suggestion.
I suggest
Face
you go
me,
mad.
and you shall surely perish.
Oh shit. I hope I don't have to face him. Alex has acquired the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Heyo! Does that mean we can now read this thing? Strangely, with the Tome of Eternal Darkness in her possession, Alex can read the page. It is a chapter page from the tome itself. And Alex takes the chapter, titled The Binding of the Corpse God. Got it! There it is. Who's... Oh, it makes a sound. Do you make a sound? Only this makes a sound. Interesting. Let's have a checking fiesta. This appears to be the key to a chest of drawers or a dresser. This is the key to the second floor of the Royvis mansion. It appears to be broken. This is the Tome of Eternal Darkness, where experience, spells, and enchanted items can be stored for future use. It has been made from fragments of human skin and bone, and endowed with magical powers. Oh. I like that. It appears to be a page from the Tome of Eternal Darkness and blah blah blah. Use this item. Should I? Yep.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I sure of its end. So perhaps here is the best place to start. I am reminded of ideas I first encountered in Sir James George Fraser's book, The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. We are overwhelmed by a very human need to weave a web of meaning where there may be none. Since time immemorial, ancient peoples have dressed up their lack of knowledge as gods and demons. I have discovered that sometimes the fates of gods and mortals intertwine.
Intertwine.
And legends are born.
I like that word. Angkor Thom region, Cambodia, 1150 AD. Whoa, that's much later. Much later.
Thy time is done, great ancient. Forever in shadow will you be master of chaos, and to fade to nothing in obscurity will be thy fate.
At least he wasn't in obscurity his
many
whole
millennia
existence.
to this day. It is the true chaos of all things that you now must be entombed amongst the beings of flesh and bone.
You have a great monument here, Mantarok. It is a pity that no one will ever recognize it as yours. May the darkness claim thee, crawling chaos and damned beast. No longer will thy reign be kept over the ancients you have kept imprisoned. Thou hast seen the last of this world.
Uh-oh. Doesn't sound good. Ouch. Tremendous amount of pain. Impossible to imagine for us
Not
mere
even these
mortals.
mythical fables can keep me amused. There has to be something to do around here. I only wish something that fantastic and of higher purpose could happen to me.
Damn millennials. There you go. The door is firmly closed, sealing the temple. Perhaps there's another exit somewhere inside. Yeah, maybe. Let's find it. Triangular design is carved into the floor. The etched grooves are filled with colored sand. Colored sand? I guess that would work. But how would you keep it from coming out of the etched grooves? These symbols appear to be related to each other, with one having precedence over another. How can I see the precedence? Where do you get the impression that there's precedence? I don't see any precedence here. It just looks like triangular shape. One in the middle, but I see no precedence. Is this a naga? A statue of a goddess delicately sculptured from sandstone. It casts an alert eye over everyone who enters the temple. There's a strange necklace about its neck. Should I take the necklace? Of course. Strange necklace get. Uh-oh. Things can be used to heal Elia. Make sure Elia doesn't move when the spell is being cast. Cool. What does Elia have, actually? She has the strangle necklace now with 10 uses. Strange necklace fashioned from a dark ancient stone and engraved with weird designs. It can be used to cast a healing spell when Elia is standing still. She was reading from the Tome of Eternal Darkness, by the way. Also check out how little her life meter is. Much less than pious. I think that's the same description. Short sword. Short sword with a wooden grip. Light and durable. A small curve running from the handle makes it better for hacking rather than stabbing. Hack, hack, no stab, stab. Got it. More about this. I can't see. Oh. Very good, very good. So this way was closed, because I took the necklace. Door's not closed, preventing us passage to the other side. That's how closed things work. Oh, weird sounds. I feel like I'm hearing mermen. I definitely am hearing such things. Is this part of the music? Monsters. Engraved on the floor is a striking design featuring the sun sinking below the edge of the world. Oh, that's such a beautiful way to describe a sunset. Sinking below the edge of the world. The design on the wall appears to depict a time of the day. Perhaps the candles do too. Maybe. Maybe they do. Uh-oh. Watch out for the 2D pole arms. Up. Are we cool there, zombies? Was this something? Is that a head? Uh-oh. Double uh-oh. Located by creatures, a sanity loss occurs, causing a decrease in the level of the sanity meter and the character to pulse green. Beware, sanity loss affects perception and eventually health. Sanity meter. This meter represents a character's sanity. Every time he/she meets a monster, his/her sanity will get lower. The lower the sanity meter gets, the more the character will hallucinate. I like the sound of that. Up. Up. Yep. Performing a finishing move on a creature recovers sanity. Why would I want to recover sanity? Now here there is a president's thing, right? Because those are arrows? Yeah, there are arrows. So, okay. Bronze necklace sits atop an ancient clay urn. That's our second necklace. Strange necklace, bronze necklace. I prefer strange over bronze. Yeah. Sensual. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Design on the wall appears to depict a time of day. Perhaps the candles do too. So how about we extinguish? Oh shit! Have I mapped that button? Shit, panic. I haven't mapped that button. Okay, we need to, okay, X and Y. Hold on, just hold on. We'll get there. Oh, the sound is even creepier when it's laggy. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. Oh, this sounds terrible. I'll be quick. We'll make this to be that. This to be that. Oh, I'm still playing. That was not the point. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, I don't know what's going on now. Just close. Not in the game though, but I solved the puzzle without seeing anything. I solved the puzzle while assigning buttons. The thing is, I have this game. I have this game on original console. And I was gonna play it once I figure out capture card stuff, but it's just impossible. Like, it's so much harder than to just emulate. Okay, so we opened this door slightly, and I guess we opened something somewhere else. like the sound he made there. So this will still be closed. What if I, instead of giving my useful necklace, I give the bronze one instead? A well-crafted bronze necklace, resplendent with glowing gems. Gems. It worked! Could you believe it? Grave on the floor is a striking design featuring the sun rising above the edge of the world. Okay, if they use edge of the world on everyone, then it's not as great. That seems fine. Everything seems fine here to me. Oh. Don't step on snake. Do I have a thing now for stealth? Oh, I do. Oh, no, not poop walking. They don't have bathrooms in these temples. Okay, sorry. Don't lower my sanity, no, that would be the last thing I want. Are you gonna lower my sanity? What if I remove your arms? What if I try to remove your arms? That hurt. There you go. Come on. Suck my sanity. Oh, walls are bleeding. It's a good sign. Good start. This is the you are out of sanity. I'm not even low on sanity, what? Design on the wall appears. Wait. Let me read the floor. No! Fuck. It said examine when I hit it. I just changed the finishing. Grave on the floor is a striking design featuring a starry sky filling the heavens. Not everything has to be striking, you know. Can I examine this? No, we're just gonna ignore that. Oh, I put them in reverse. Doesn't matter, I guess. Clink. Click. That click sound is pretty satisfying. I think this way? Disoriented. I have been here before. I have not been here before. So, small pedestal covered with decorative etching stands before the wall. The blowgun upon it must have some special significance for it to be the focal point of this display. Take the blowgun? Yes. I have the blowgun. Hopefully that doesn't land on you. Oh, that was lucky. Well, it broke though. You broke it.
Passage in the temple.
Oh, that's interesting. Not like all the zombies and shit. Well, I guess secret passage is interesting. Also, is this... What is this civilian doing here? Take that. And let me see if I take one of those. Yeah. There you go. Man, that's freaking effective. You alright? The god is grateful for Elia saving his life and returning he offers his services. If Elia brings him a weapon that has been broken, he will repair it as a gesture of thanks. Fragments of a shattered sword lie upon the floor. Like a shatter, not like her. Everything is so general. With its blade shattered into many pieces, it is completely useless. I know that feel. Curse critical, blah blah blah, yeah. This dude knows his shit. First one. How much sanity do I have? Here's the thing. Don't. I know that wasn't very nice of me, but it's just the fastest way to remove your side. Ouch. I stopped it. I hit the attack button instead of sprint. That's right as I was going through that trap. That's what happened there. Okay, it's a bit too little sanity here. This is gonna be problems, so let me just deal with these guys. We'll be fine. One of those. One of those. That's very good. And I don't even need that actually. There is a hole in the device as though something can be inserted, perhaps a key or a lever. Right? Righto. This mural depicts a skeletal demon befriending the ancient Khmer people by denouncing one of the fertility gods. Khmer, that's like near Vietnam, right? Okay, so what are we seeing here? On the very left there is a crowd of helpless people standing in front of what appears to be vines. And then, is that Bias of Augustus standing on the cliff top doing some sort of magic? Or is that the sun behind him? I don't know. And on the right is a monster destroying a village. Interesting. It's getting very loud in here, right? I think this is the way we're going, right? Okay. Not good. Oof, took him down in one hit. And the other one with one hit, but this guy is standing strong. Good. Good. Everything's shaking here now. Another mural on this room? This mural depicts one of the ancient Khmer deities being tortured and killed by a skeleton demon. Is this what we just saw in the cutscene though? That's that guy again, just surprise. What did he say he was saying? Tortured and killed. Okay. That's rough. Picking a witch.
Stop. Don't go near it.
Where are those masks? Oh shit. Should have taken your own advice there, buddy.
So, you are reduced to feeding on flesh and bone, Mantarok. How the mighty have fallen. You will surely fester for millennia to come. A slow and torturous fate for thee. You had best leave, young fool, or you will find yourself as food for the dead god.
Okay. That's cool, never mind. Ouch.
You are one of the chosen many. Flesh and blood. It is now your destiny to fight the eternal darkness.
This guy, I can see from this angle he has terrible posture.
I give you a gift in return for an obligation.
Wait, the fuck
The
is that
gift
time?
is your life, sweet dancer. The obligation is this. You hold
Is that
one
fucking
of
Anthony? I
Mataraz's
never
eyes.
realized.
The essence of the corpse god.
Yeah,
The
it's still
sun is a
beating.
source of great power. From those people, you must defend it, lest they use it to destroy what little brightness your world has left in it. Guard
they
it
want.
well.
Ouch. I don't see much light left in this world, right? Am I right? Oh, look at him walking. He is in pain. Poor dude. But he just zoops out of existence, huh? Very well. Metal staff is held in the arms of the statue. Thanks. How you doing, dude? Does he not like that, or? Wait, can I shoot with him to blow then? They should have added some sort of like killing thing for this. Oh, I can shoot this. I can hit stuff way far away. Now what's that icon with the ammo? I can't tell what that's depicting. Okay, anyway, I want this, and what's this? Also, what's this? Ancient weapon, the blowgun appeals. The blowgun propels a poison dart at an enemy, causing death within several seconds. That's fast. You better not miss and hit somebody than mean. Also, why is my sanity full? And my health is full. Okay. This large piece of metal looks to be a lever of some kind. Aha. Maybe we should backtrack. Okay, there's a party in here. Didn't I kill most of you guys before? Yeah, let's look at me some more, that's fine. Take away my side. Music? Ow. Just activate the traps. Why? Such a thing. Just deactivated the traps with his body. Am I really that low on health that she's fumbling around? Well, then use this. No, you walk like a model again. What's this? How do I shoot it? Yes, yes. Well. Appears to have no. Wait, no, this is where the inspector is starting. I think at least we should go this way. Is this where I just came from? Ow, my head. Can you pick up your head? Ah, shit, that's my arm. Run away before you lose your other arm. Oh, too late. Ouch. Ouch.
This can't be happening!
Cannot be happening. Don't mind me. I'm back. Statue of a human female bears witness to the monstrosity that fills the room. porous stone of its body is covered with the effluvial grime that Mantarok has secreted over the years. Effluvial. Hold on. Effluvial. A slight or invisible exhalation of vapor, especially one that's disagreeable or noxious. Well, that's like a perfect word to describe it, isn't it? Good job, Mr. Writer. Actually, wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does it say? Porous stone of his body is covered with the effluvial grime the Margaret has secreted over the year. So basically, well, I mean, the word effluvial itself contains the meaning of secreted and grime, really. You could just say that its body is effluvially covered. You could have saved yourself a line of text.
Fool! You should have run. Instead, you will die. Where is the essence of Mantarok?
Exclamation point, exclamation point. No, question mark, exclamation point. That's not right. No touch.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child. Very well, then.
That's fishy, mate.
You will succumb to the horrors of oblivion.
That's a nice smile. Well. That's some shit. Lit as fuck. Alright, let's talk about we stay. Could be a good idea. I'll look around this room now, shall we? Is this something? Is this something? Wait, what's something? This is something. Edward Royvis' study is filled with arcane knickknacks, mementos of yesteryear and other cultures. The odor of ancient texts is faintly noticeable under the peppering of dust that covers every surface except one. The desk had been the center of activity, and not a mote of dust is on it. Here, Alex's grandfather had worked, perhaps even hours before the end. Castle. This Gothic cathedral is silhouetted against a stark light. The image is vicious and devoid of subtlety. Every brushstroke echoes the spikes of the architecture, imbuing a violent feeling as though the building itself is a harsh imposition on reality. A grim picture, indeed. This looks like some kind of mask. The face is serene in composure, with a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corner of the mouth and eyes closed in deep meditation. I guess it is a little bit of a smile, yeah. But it's a big mask, though, if you're gonna be wearing it. You need a big head. Painting of a jungle-shrouded building. It seems to be a temple in Asia, perhaps from Thailand or Cambodia. Is that where we just were? Maybe that's where we just were. What is this? This is a bizarre drawing of a Cyclopean city. Its immense architecture bathed in an unnatural fog. The detail is incredible. As Alex studies it, she can almost imagine the city's inhabitant. And what does she imagine? Oh, okay. An ancient Roman weapon, a gladius, is on display above the fireplace mantle. Another token of eclectic junk. Call it junk? That looks nice. Alex has acquired a gladius. That's nice. A diabolic drawing of a stack of human bodies, each one cemented into place. What twisted psyche could have executed this drawing? Though disturbing, it is meticulously rendered down to the subtlest detail, the precise anatomy of fractured bones and the convulsions of spines and ribs entwined into a mesmerizing sight. Okay, if you say so. It seems like you were digging it. At first you were like, oh, who would do this? It's kind of cool though. This painting is like rolled up or just non-existent? Yes. A small shrine of candles. Their placement appears to be very deliberate, corresponding to the etchings on the table and an illustration on the wall. All the candles have been lit. All the candles have been lit. The fuck is this subclip? How was your stream? This is Eternal Darkness. Or Spooked Over. How about this? And this. You rang a bell. Good job. The correct sequence of candles being lit. A hidden panel opens. There is a message tube inside. Alex found a message tube. Very well, very good. Can we take a look at the message tube? An antique leather-bound message tube, the kind used to transport sealed message scrolls. It appears to be unopened. There might be something inside. Do we open it? Yeah. Alex has found a chapter page entitled "Suspicious of Conspiracy." I love that voice. Hello, Green Eye.
Your presence is welcomed, Majesty. As always, I am honored.
Our dealings are a pleasure to us both, then.
He lies.
As do we all.
What is this flaw you wish to discuss with us?
My concern is with the other ancients. Ulyaoth, Shaturga. Should they unite with Mantarok, they will doubtlessly possess enough power to vanquish even thee.
As darkness abhors light, and light abhors dark, the others will not, cannot join forces.
Mantarok will be bound, and the others will sink into insanity when I return.
As has been foretold.
I was unaware.
There is much you do not know.
And much you never will.
Be certain to retrieve Mantarok's essence. It is necessary to cement our place in your world.
Then what of Charlemagne the Frank? What do you intend for him?
The Frank is an instrument of light. He seeks to unite Europe under his banner.
With this in place, my guardians will be hard-pressed to perform the functions you require.
For your own schemes, Pius. Think of your future.
Then Charlemagne will be removed from the picture.
Make sure he is dead. Or insane.
Or perhaps one, then the other? Just make sure he is removed from power.
Of course. He is as good as dead.
Rip. Man, I wish I had a second, like, high-pitched voice that would, like, comment on the things I said. That would be cool. After chapter page is removed, the message tube is no longer needed. It makes sense. We have the chapter page, though. It's called "Suspicious of Conspiracy."
From my research, it is apparent that the endeavors of mankind are mere puppetry at the hands of the ancients. Whenever a king vows reform, the ancients move quickly to stifle it. Under the auspices of Emperor Charlemagne the Frank, the new Holy Roman Empire was at the height of its power.
814 AD in Amiens. You'll pronounce it better than me, I'm sure. Amiens.
Hanc mit ad dominum et imperatorum nostrum, carolum magnum francum.
Deliver
non
this to our
decedent
Lord and Emperor Charlemagne the Frank. No one but him must see it. They are words for his eyes only. At once.
Oh, Anthony. You were such a handsome boy.
What sorcery is this? A spell? I am bewitched. If this was meant for Charlemagne, then what will become of him? I have to warn him of this treachery.
Treachery. Alright, here we are. Talk. After Anthony briefly describes his mission, the monk informs him that Charlemagne was last seen in audience with the bishop in the visiting chamber. Anthony's presence is questioned by the monks, feeling that he has trespassed upon sacred ground. The monks seem rather subdued, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps out of fear. Or perhaps one, then the other. Muffled voices. These muffled voices emanate from inside the bishop's visiting chamber. However, the door is locked and Anthony needs the bishop's key to enter and gain an audience with Charlemagne. Copy that. What do I have? I have a message scroll. Check. I already checked it. Message scrolls like this were often used to transfer messages securely. This one has a strange diagram on it consisting of a pentagonal shape with strange letters at each corner. When Anthony had opened the scroll, something strange happened. That something had been intended for the Emperor Charlemagne. Suspecting a plot against the Emperor, Anthony pledges that he would warn Charlemagne at all costs. Okay. Do that. Visibly disturbed with grief and despair, the monk sobs pitifully. He recounts that this is not the only death to have occurred recently and wonders if perhaps the order is being punished for you wavering in faith. Really? That's where you think first? The monk informs Anthony that the order is awaiting the arrival of the bishop so that the funeral rites may begin. There is much grieving to do, since this is not the only recent death amongst the order. Hello, Mr. Kneeler. Can I do something with the altar? Hello. The monk cordially greets Anthony. However, he brings great news of the loss of one of his order, who fell from the tower to his death. Oh, did he now? His stone is guarded, leaving Anthony wondering if indeed this is the truth. A funeral casket made from unfinished wood is not properly sealed and could probably be opened. Can Anthony open? Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God, what is
Lord.
it? What happened? This devil's work. We should get out of here.
Gasps
You
intensify.
have proven what we have feared the most. This poor man has been the victim of great evil. Look how his body has been defiled, as if something has burst out from inside him. Here, take this for your protection. And find the bishop. He must be informed of this horrible discovery.
Anthony's required a scramasax. Find the bishop. Is that like a euphemism? I'm just gonna go to my room and find the bishop real quick. Peering inside the casket, Anthony sees the body of a monk. His raiment is that of his order, stained with blood that seeped through many grievous wounds. It is truly a disturbing sight. Truly. We have a scramasax. This Frank and Saxon weapon relies on a hefty blade to deliver deadly cutting and slashing attacks. It does not have a handguard, as it was designed for offensive rather than defensive fighting. I mean, you can have both, right? No handguard, yeah. Nothing there is guarding anything, but that's what we got. That's what we're gonna use. Alright, let's find the bishop. Maybe he's up the wait. Maybe he's here. I'm not think I leave yet. Charlemagne must be warned of the conspiracy against her. Yeah. I hear you. highest. Of course. Don't mind the screaming. Highest Augustus. That was the statue we broke. We lost his torso. Elia. Poor Elia. She just wanted some adventure. And she got more than she bargained for. How you doing, guys? Hey, John, nice to see you. Did you lose weight? Cradled in what appears to be a leathery hand lies a mysterious book. It is bound in human skin and intricately decorated with shrunken bones. It beckons and yearns to be possessed. Acquire the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Oh my. Let's really go up the stairs. I still hear this, like, breathing, but is that supposed to be his breathing? Is that you breathing? Pretty mouth breather. I don't know if you can hear that. I can. I don't know if, when I say if you can hear that, I don't know if anyone can hear me saying that. It's a different thing. Examine. A blue urn rests upon the shelf. I'ma take that. Faint, warm sunlight filters into the room through these windows. Tiny dust motes? Drift, caught in the rays of the dying sun, fighting the growing shadow. Never heard the word motes. I'm not gonna look it up because I can't get full context, but... motes. This breathing, I mean, it's so loud. What the hell are you doing, man? Mysterious gold medallion rests upon the desks. Now it rests in my pocket. Anthony has acquired a Circle of Power. Circle of Power. Describe the amount of power that a spell will have. The more points within that circle, the stronger the spell will be. Spells are magical incantations that enhance a character's natural abilities. This is where we cast spells, here we make spells. This section is an inventory of all the components of magical spells you have acquired. Like, yay, cool, cool, cool. We only have a Circle of Power now though, so never mind that. Bewildering array of books. Bewildering, yeah, two shelves. And tomes sorted neatly on a set of shelves, mostly books of a religious nature. They sit beneath a skein of dust, as if no one has touched them. What is this? Oh, there's what are they called? Quills? What are they called? Damn it, I should know from playing Morrowind what these things are called. And I used to know because of Morrowind. But I don't remember. Amongst the tomes and manuscripts, a book brings attention to itself. Oddly pristine on the dusty shelf, it doesn't quite belong. I can relate to book. Looking at me? Oh. Hi there. Excuse me. There you go. I found a magical rune. Runes are the key elements in creating spells. By collecting and combining runes in different ways, different spells can be created. I see. Okay. I'll take the torch. What's this blue urn? This urn has been glazed with a rich cobalt blue shellac. Instilling it with an otherworldly spectral character. It has a strange sigil on its side. And it sounds like something is inside of it. The torch, or brand, that's a way to say torch, is a common source of illumination from ancient times. The torch can be used to light Anthony's way or set fire to enemies. Fire to enemies, eh? Don't mind if I do. Or a piece of broken green urn. Okay. Hello. Grateful for his life, the monk tells Anthony what happened. He was carrying a sacred urn from the baptismal font when he was confronted by the bishop, who was brandishing a large blade and whose eyes burned with an evil fire. Frightened, the monk dropped the urn out of shock and ran. Returning to retrieve the urn, he found only the sword the bishop had left behind. With thanks, he gives the bishop's sword to Anthony. Two-edged sword, eh? A heavy single-handed sword with two cutting edges. It is commonly known as a bastard sword, or a hand-and-a-half sword, for the length of the hilt, which can fit in one hand with the other for support. This appears to be 1/3 of a broken urn, so let's mix this with this. And then let's mix this with this. Now we've got ourselves a broken green urn. Fragments of a broken urn pieced together to form a crude whole. Deep cracks mar its structure and, while it is almost complete, it is far from watertight. Perhaps it can be repaired somehow. Perhaps. What about what's in here? Whoops! While fumbling around, that wasn't fumbling, please. The urn slips from Anthony's stiff fingers, dashing itself into fragments as it hits the floor. Broken blue urn. Now we have 2 broken urns, and a magical rune was inside. That's good. How are we doing on the rune situation? We have 2 runes. Question mark? And question mark. Alright, I'm gonna do a naughty thing here. This is not like illustrative of who I am as a person. I just want to have low sanity. That's all I really want in life. And the quickest way of getting that is to kill civilians. So here goes. Wow, his head just sticks right here. How perfect is that? I don't know how it fades out. I thought I would lose all my sanity, but I guess losing half of it is pretty good too. Anyway. Bugs. Carved stone tablet lies on the stone floor. Here's quite a magical codex. This is the only effect I don't like. Okay, thank you for start menu for hiding it. Runes cannot be understood without a codex. Without a codex, runes in your possession will remain a mystery. Get away. I'm not looking at it. Please found a magical rune. Will it go away if I go through the door? Nope, it will not. Okay, just blur your eyes so you're not really looking. Okay, they're gone. They're gone until they're back. These 2 are fighting each other. I don't know why. I'll take the codex meanwhile. Am I low on health? Is he low? Am I low on health? No. It seems to be as though he is low on health. Dude, you killed the guy? Wow, he was so weak. He was killed by a minor thing. Give me the runes. Now we shall make a new spell. Ulioff. Spell 1. Let's assign that to this. cast on this. Magic meter, yeah. Now they are repaired, and I have a feeling we shall fill them with water. Dunking the urn into the foul-smelling fountain, it becomes filled to the brim with rank fluid. It's a lot heavier now and rife with photer. At this pick up fill green urn. What do you mean rife with photer? What is this? A disturbing rendition of a monstrous devil. It is contorted into what appears to be a fountain. What sickly liquid is this draining into the pool, trickling from a scum-encrusted spout? Wow. Writers really did not like this liquid here. Filled, so let's just fill this up. Got it. Oh shit.
This can't be happening!
Oh, okay, we're good. Ah, you can. Hey, is it that bishop? Hold on, bishop. Where are you running off to? Huh, you can see an interesting perspective. Religious texts of an unspeakable nature, written in languages utterable only by monsters or corrupt humans. Okay. Amongst the books on the table rests an ancient scroll of what appears to be paper. Ancient item. That's cool. Right? Right. Thanks. No, well, I already have it. Okay, there you go. Thanks for the tutorial. Covered with arcane artifacts and texts, this table reflects the unholy presence within the church, a seething pit of iniquity and evil. Iniquity? Oh, inquiry. What about iniquity? No results. Wait, does it say inequity? Because that's what's being suggested here. Wait. Iniquity. Okay, wait, I misspelled that. Iniquity. Gross injustice or wickedness, a violation of right or duty, a wicked act or sin. From 1400s, 13 to 1400s, Middle English, Latin. Iniquitas. Cool. Iniquity. But that is equity a word? If I just put equity? No. Because iniquity sounds like non-equity, right? Equity. I wish there was something called equity. It sounds pretty interesting. I'ma take the codex. What's this? Iron plate in the floor is carved. In the floor. On the floor? In the floor. I guess it would be in the floor, yeah. It's carved with 3 curious circles. Dried splashes have marred its pock-marked and worn surface. Pock-marked. Scars or pits left by a pustule in a smallpox or the like. A small pit or a scar. Okay, just like scar. I should have a separate computer, just look at the dictionary so it doesn't lag like that. Okay, so if we stand on it. Eureka! Cheating. I think it's cheating, man. How about these? Although the urn appears to sit correctly in place on the pressure plate, it does not appear to be heavy enough to depress it. How about now? equip this? I'm actually also gonna enchant it. And I'm gonna save.
So, you have come to return my book. Very well then. For your efforts,
You look good, man.
I promise a quick and merciful death.
How kind. I wish someone would give me that offer in real life, man. Oh, this dude does not get stunned. Well, now he does. Anthony Esquire, the Bishop's Key. Cool. Thanks. Actually, I want to check that. Hold on. I want to see if he was doing something there. Oh, blue teeth. Is that I could see like the shining of my blade from my head? Shrine to a god that bespeaks of an ancient evil that graced the earth before mankind walked its valleys. Okay, that was pretty. That was an uneventful text right there. Oh, hi, man. No. Can we talk about this though? I'm getting too low on everything. I don't have any recover items, right? Oh, I need a bit of sanity here. I do need a bit of it. Just a bit of it. No, nothing. This is a gold gem-encrusted bishop's key. Its form echoes the likeness of a bishop's scepter. Okay. This is the key to the bishop's room, right? Did I read this? Yeah. Okay. Am I on health? Have half health. Is it a dog?
What's going on here?
Good question. Oh my. The Trevor dimension sprawls in every direction. Whilst in this place magic cannot be cast and humans are subjected to odd phenomena, portals cycle from color to color as time progresses and only the quick will escape. I'm not that quick though. I'm going red. Tanks. Alright, never mind any of that. Trappers have no eyes, but can sense sound very well. If Anthony can sneak past them, they won't be trouble. Yeah, that was... Don't mind yelling. Don't mind the... Okay. Something odd about this situation.
This isn't really happening!
It's a fair assessment. Yeah, don't worry about this room. Nothing happened here. Ah, man. You're looking gorgeous, my friend. Are these guys still reeling in pain? Sounds promising. Very well, very well. Oh. Got it. You're fine, Anthony. Don't worry. Just walk it off.
You
tried.
are a fool for trying to save him, Anthony. His fate was decided many centuries ago, as is the fate of this world. Despite your faith, there is little to save you from the power of Xalathar.
That's a cool skill you got there. Also, the thing had no head but lights instead. That's also cool. Chapter complete. That's also cool. So I just finished Anthony's chapter, I believe, and I have not found the next chapter. The Gladius, the Tome, and the 2 keys. And just these rows. So we can use the enchant item spell. Right. Like so. Item has been repaired. This was running. Yeah, I'm playing with this. Not now. I'm playing with a Nintendo 64 controller, so it's not the best mapping possible, but I don't know. Just wondering. Isn't there a way to reduce sanity by like failing a spell or something like that? Because how much yeah, she's got a lot of sanity, so I would like to lower it a bit, but there's not a lot of ways to do it. There's some way. I might not have access to it yet. Alright, let's go. I'm coming, jeez. Alright. Serene painting of a luscious mountain valley, delicately rendered in oils. Time has taken its toll on the surface, which is soiled with dirt and scratches. Nice painting though. Bob would approve. Now look at this one. Cute. Cute as well. The cutest. Here. Found some revolver ammunition. 38 caliber. .38 caliber? I'm not a gun person. Nope. What is this? A chapter page has been hastily stashed behind the frame of the painting. Should Alex read the chapter page? Yes, Alex should. The gift of forever. Give me some forever.
Dreams. Modern psychology offers only unproven theories. Some see them as the meaningless tossing and turning of a brain settling into a restful sleep. Others see them as laden with symbols of our unconscious desires. To still others, dreams represent the upwelling of the archetypes, normally hidden deep within the recesses of the human collective unconscious. Of one thing I am certain. After a brush with the ancients, our dreams metamorphosize into nightmares.
565 AD. So what, like 600 years after Pius? Is it ish, I think. I think Pius was just before Christ. Which makes sense historically, I suppose. Alright, cock alert. Freaking Karim, man.
I have implored you for years. Yet you ignore all my advances. You dominate my dreams, and I can think of nothing else. I fear I desire you many 100 times more than you love me.
My life has become a waking dream, Karim. For weeks, I have dreamed of an ancient treasure, so precious that it changes all life around it. It must be mine, Karim. If you truly desire me, as you say, then you will find this for me. Bring this treasure to me, and I will be yours. Both of our dreams will come true.
I need nothing more than you. You have enthralled me to the point where I can think of nothing else. Promise, if I leave, you will not forget about me.
You need not worry. I desire nothing more than the treasure that you seek. Leave now, Karim, and I shall await you.
Big mistake, Karim. Falling for such a gold digger. I mean, I guess they're both wrong here, because he's obviously super shallow. He's not really caring for her personality, because he would be instantly turned off by her request. So he only wants her for her looks, and she only wants him for the wealth she can bring. So I guess they're good for each other. But yeah, I don't know about that. Anyway, this is Mr. Karim. He's got a lot of health capacity, and like medium of magic and sanity. I'm not sure. I feel like they can definitely be lower, but that health bar is big. Big boy. He has a tulwar, which is a curved blade with a heavy chopping edge. The most tulwars have had a circular hilt and pommel, making them easy to recognize. A circular hilt and pommel. Do you see anything circular? Oh, these must be the hilts and pommels then. I think the hilt is at the very bottom and pommel is above. That's my guess. I think this was referred to as handguards previously in the game, but I guess they're hilt and pommels now. And yeah, they're pretty easily to recognize, I suppose. Also, I like this, like the back end of the blade. It looks pretty cool and useful as well. We have a talisman, which is ancient and has been in Karim's family for many generations. It is said to bestow long life on those that have kept it, and we can use it to restore health. That's good. Notice it has the chaturka, the red symbols on there. The chaturka and the triangle, so it's a 3-point spell. Chakrams. It's a favorite throwing weapon through Central Asia in medieval times. A balanced ring of metal, sometimes beautifully decorated. It would be hurled at an attacker. Heavy chakrams could sever limbs or heads, however they were not designed to return to the thrower. Well, it's not a freaking boomerang. I guess this one is decorated. It's kind of hard to see why. I can't zoom, can I? What would be zoom? Oh, I can zoom. A little bit. Look, it's a wheel. Alright, cool. Hello. The man's corpse lies fallen. Wounds cover the exposed flesh of his body where his armor has failed. Poor dude. Let's descend. Pius? yeah. Oh, and Mr. Anthony, how are you doing? Anthony had a rough go, man. Why are the things hanging out from the things on the side? Like all the way left on the screen right now. Also on the other side. No one says that they're like lights. Are there gonna be statues back there too? Yeah. I want to yell a lot. I'll take the Tunnel of Darkness. Oh. I'm gonna let them have some sanity for me, and then I'm just gonna be on my way. Thanks. I don't really need any of that. Keep mixing the attack and the sprint buttons. Okay, I got green ones. I think. They're weak to fire, right? Could I pick up a torch? Maybe later, or definitely later, but I would like one now as well. Statuette, vaguely resembling a man, stands atop a low pedestal. On a statuette. Somehow, yeah, you're gonna fit that in your pants. Alright, this boy's got a rune. That makes him very important in my book. Love the spell system in this game. That's a magical rune, alright. What spell is next? What color? That's gonna be cool. An arcane shrine dominates the room. Braziers surround its edge, while a larger one tops its summit. No doubt each one will be filled with incense to facilitate prayer to insidious deities. Yeah, that's one way to do it. There's a rune gate, so good thing we just picked up that rune. This is kind of pointless. Down we go. Here's a torch. Thanks. Walk towards the camera. Alright, let's test my hypothesis. Don't seem to like fire, these guys. That's really cool. There's another statuette for you to put in your pants. And Zelotov Codex. It's not a bad codex to get. So what do we have now? Can I check the torch? Torch or brand? Okay. Wait. Okay, it's the same description as Anthony had. From Eternal Darkness. Okay, that's also the same. Crudely sculpted statuette of a man. It seems particularly heavy for its size. I don't know what you're talking about. It looked pretty damn big. Also heavy for its size. Also bleeding. That's fine. I wonder if I can put this here. And this here. And myself here. Hello, trappers. Don't walk straight towards me, please. What? Yes, descend. That's cool. Yeah. He does have a cool walk though, Mr. Kareem. Just the body. Another body. Lying in a pool of cold blood is a dead soldier. He is the victim of an unseen battle. Perhaps this man died from the claws of the monsters of this place. It's difficult to tell. Not easy to tell, no. Not always. Man lies dead, anointed in the blood from the ravages of a Tulwar sword. The wounds, deep and numerous, seep fresh blood. Precise yet powerful, the result of a man's actions, not a monster's. Retrieve the Tulwar. I remember this. If I take it, I'll have a second Tulwar, but he will come alive and not be upset with me. And we don't need that. I'm gonna get a better sword in a moment anyway. Okay, torch time. Okay, not torch time. These guys are like, they don't have a head. In this version. Another dead man. Who were these men whose corpses littered the dungeon? Unwary soldiers who stumbled inside? Or grave robbers looking to plunder it? A crumpled scroll lies under the dead man's curried fingers. Cover spell scroll. Okay, I want to finish this guy though. Because we're gonna have problems if the sanity is too low. I'm good with health though. Do one more. We'll do one more. Metallic plaque replaces the lock. The lock. I feel like it should be a lock. A colored sigil is engraved in the metal above the white slot. The slot appears to be wide enough to insert a large blade. Can't insert that. Nope. Okay. There we go here. Man, they just instantly empty my sanity. I think I'm fine. But now there's some battles ahead. Coruscating. Okay. First dictionary entry of the time of the stream. Coruscating. Coruscate. Okay, Wikipedia is terrible at giving definitions, so let's go to the dictionary. To give off or reflect light in bright beams or flashes, to be brilliant or showy in technique or style. Okay, so it's a very impressive bright barrier, blocking Karim's progress. Its shimmering energies creates an undulating vision of a rune upon its surface. Undulating. Having a wavy surface edge or marking. Okay, so it's like this wavy and clear vision of a rune. Okay, I see. Yeah, that seems about right. Will you stop crying? Don't mumble. Let's go in here. Oh, hello, beast. Ouch! Ouch! Ow, ow, ow. I'll give you one more little right here and there. He also has a rune, by the way. It is that rune. Here's a codex. So... Oh, I forgot to finish him. Oh, did I? I did finish him because I have some sanity. Let me just check my rune situation. This button. Okay, Zelotov. Okay, so I picked the wrong initial god to be, you know, Gucci with this chapter, but we'll still make it. It's like the hardest you can make this chapter. So we can do recover now, but we can only do recover magic, which is cancelled out by the magic cost of the spell, so that's kind of fun. So yeah, Karim, we can do this. You seem to be sinking in the floor there, my dude. You don't want to do that. The floor is quicksand. Oh man. Oh man.
This isn't really happening.
Did I hear Trapper? I did. Do we want to use that to heal? I don't think we need to. I kind of wanna. Okay, I kind of want him to just still be here so we can use him later. Don't. Shh. I don't have mapped the sneak button. I don't think. If I'm fast, maybe I can beat him before he even shoots. I think it worked. Oh.
My dear Alex.
Hello, Grandpa.
I will always be at your side. There are times when insanity takes hold, and nothing seems right. During those times, I will help you. Fear not, for I will keep the darkness away.
Thanks.
This isn't really happening.
Don't worry about it. Tucked into a niche within the wall, a stone tablet is found. Pick up. You have discovered the recover spell. Absorb sound. I don't understand how absorb sound is recover. Doesn't sound very recovery. You know? The age ceiling has collapsed, creating an impassable pile of rubble that blocks the doorway. Passable if you really want to. You just say it's impassable. Oh yeah, now that's a blade. Can I examine these piles of stones? No? A large Ramdao broadsword protrudes from a solid pedestal made of stone. It awaits its next owner. Grin tried to pull the sword from the stone. Yes! Got it. Ah yes, that's Middle Eastern music. Okay, Ramdao. Wait, no, these guys I can just torch. No, that's the wrong button. That's the one. Burn. Ow, why are these guys wrecking me? I think this feels like it would finish them faster. Not sure about that. Hi there. Let me know when you're tangible. Not you. No. Ah, what the hell? You can't finish with a torch, no. Let's see what the finishing is with this. I think they're about the same speed. Ha, missed. Oh, they're all down. I have like no sanity. What's next? So I get green ones a lot because I picked the green card, which is good apparently because these are weak to torch. I didn't realize that. Ease to kill. So I suppose the red is the only god that you can choose that doesn't give you any kind of quick kill option. Also, I wonder what happens if I burn the ones that have this other monster inside of them. I don't know what that monster is called. Missed them again. I guess torch again. Here's the Zolotov room. Helping recover insanity, so I don't get any option to recover. Oh, that's the one. Magic room. Okay. These guys just took a lot of my health because I have no sanity. I kind of want to see if the torch is good against them, but I suppose this is not the best time to check. No. No, don't this. No. So we're fucked. Because I just lost all my health real quick. Oh, how did you throw it behind yourself? Okay, he's just jumping now, so I'm actually dead. Wow, that's sanity loss. They just suck the health. I should have not torched them so fast. Well shit, if I was speedrunning this before, I'm gonna speedrun the hell of it now. I didn't even save because I was confident. Alright. How far behind are we? A little bit, maybe 5 minutes. Don't find me.
Dreams. Modern psychology offers only unproven theories. Some see them as the meaningless tossing and turning of a brain settling into a restful sleep.
Skip? Sure, you can
Others
skip.
see them as laden with symbols of our unconscious desires. To still others,
What? You can definitely
dreams
skip.
represent
Do
the
you have to like
upwelling
beat
of the
the game once
archetypes,
first or something?
normally hidden deep within the recesses of the human collective unconscious. Of one thing I am certain.
Yeah, I can skip.
After a brush with the ancients, our dreams metamorphosize into
I'm
nightmares.
not gonna be able to skip the next part either. Damn, that's some BS.
I have implored you for years, yet you ignore all my advances. You dominate my dreams, and I can think of nothing else. I fear I desire you many 100 times more than you love me.
My life has become a waking dream, Karim. For weeks, I have dreamed of an ancient treasure, so precious that it changes all life around it. It must be mine, Karim. If you truly desire me, as you say, then you will find this for me. Bring this treasure to me, and I will be yours. Both of our dreams will come true.
I need nothing more than you.
Yeah.
You have controlled me to the point where I can think of nothing else. Promise, if I leave, you will not forget about me.
You need not worry. I desire nothing more than the treasure that you seek. Leave now.
Yeah, I think you have to beat the game once to skip stuff, I guess, because I know you can skip stuff, 100%. But also, I remember when I first tried this, I couldn't skip the intro cutscene, and I was thinking that my key mapping wasn't working or my controller wasn't working or something like that. But I guess that's just a feature, so it just makes it more important to save. Saving is boring though. I don't like doing boring things. Get up. Get up. Fuck sanity, am I right? That's what killed me last time, but fuck learning. Am I right? I could just get trapped here and refill on my sanity. Actually, I'm just gonna get trapped here and refill some sanity. Yeah, don't go in red. I guess you can't always count on Trapper damage. Like if my objective here was to heal, then yeah, it would be a bit annoying, especially if I had like no health left. So why are these always Chaturks? Man, sanity it's not so fast. Not again though. Nice. Man, aiming is hard. Yeah, that'll do it. Wow, they eat. I'm already out of sanity again. They absolutely eat your sanity. A little bit a good thing because it's fun to have low sanity, but not when you don't have a recover health spell. Don't do that. It's better. Imagine if I can just torch that big beast in the next turn. I'm gonna try it just for science. It's not gonna work. Oh, he's blue, so it's not gonna work. Didn't realize. Ow. Getting absolutely right. One more please. And for you to get wrecked. It's gonna be tough. Oh, does he drain my magic? It must have. My magic, rather. This doesn't cost magic, does it? Ow. I need this help. Okay, what did I was that the rune? No, that was not the rune yet. No. No, so it's gonna be so I can do recover magic. And soon I'll be able to do recover sanity. Neither really what I want. I could stop by the Trapper dimension again. But this fight is not that hard. But I suppose I should save.
my dear Alex.
Because of these cutscenes.
I will always be at your side. There are times when insanity takes hold, and nothing seems right. During those times, I will help you. Fear not, for I will keep the darkness away.
This isn't really happening.
I like his voice when he said that. Very, very cool and soothing. This isn't really happening. Recover spell. Thanks. How's my sanity? I'm not even crying or anything, so it's better than last time. Actually, let me see. Okay, low on health, man. I mean, it's not. Can't believe I died here, man. That was not supposed to happen. Why is you can't hit him for shit? I have to target him every time. I go this right next to him. Oh, he's still standing. No, he is not. Next round we're gonna do them one at a time. What killed me last time was that I released those two hidden monsters simultaneously and then the sanity loss took too much help. Oh, it's perfect. Actually perfect. This guy I wanna kill first. Because I'm pretty sure he just goes away. As such. Did I lose? Oh no, it was just something that happened at the same time. So one at a time. Nice aim. Why can you not hit it? Like, seriously. My dog. Wow, okay. You're the dog now, man. Yo, Trapper! What's up, dude? Hopefully it's not a huge monster over the health one again. Okay. Oh, now it's over the sanity, that's perfect. Don't touch me. I'm messing around now. Did I look at the Randall actually? No, I don't think I did. Broadsword is typified by its long broad blade and heavy cutting edge. A formidable weapon, it enables its user to strike at many enemies at once and still keep distance. With a sweep, Karim can knock down enemies and can cause extreme damage with an overhead attack. The attack. What? Blue ones? No. Are these supposed to self-destruct? I don't know. Yes. More trappers. We're good this time though. Just made a bunch of noise there. Got him! Got him. MOG. Ruby effigy, huh? Small statuette of a defeated warrior, kneeling in respect to an unseen victor. It is made from deep red ruby. This whole thing is ruby? Are you sure? Wait, what the? Oh, I want to see some, like, face. Not much of a face, actually. Oh, wrong button. What's that? Did I unequip my weapon? Oh, I have those. Yeah, the rubble is just getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? Along the length of the corridor, the ceiling has given way and collapsed, littering the floor with debris. Sure can climb over the rubble. Yeah. Yeah, you should. Hi there. Bye. There we go. Blasphemous sculpture made from human skin and bone. A trestle of bones is cradled within this shrine, like a nightmarish bookstand beckoning to be used. I wonder what we're gonna put on the bookstand. Now you can't move. Well, I'll take that off. I have plenty of health and 3 charges, so it should be fine. This will just be a torch party, won't it? Yep. I'm not even close to the wall. Really is no point for me to have low sanity now. I don't think there's gonna be any more effects. This chapter. It's just gonna take my health. This guy needs a blade. Oh, hi there. What's that on the ground? Wow, am I really closer than I would have liked. This guy's dead? What? Get out of here. Good job, Kareem. Can I go back? Okay. Is this what she was looking for? Shaped like a delicate dome, a pale blue statuette floats gracefully above the pedestal. Grab it. What could go wrong?
Kareem, we will be together forever.
Chandra?
Damn it, Chandra!
What happened to you?
Things change, my dear Kareem. But even though my body is ravaged, I await you.
I was gone like 10 minutes.
Who did this to you?
You were gone so long.
Oh, please.
I gave myself to a nobleman with a jealous mistress. She had me dragged from my bed, and in cruel revenge, flensed with knives. As the last blades were drawn across my body,
They're
and
just
my blood cooled upon the
superficial
floor,
wounds.
she
They're not very
cursed
deep.
that I would only be with another in death.
So much for thinking only of me. I should never have left.
I have seen my folly, and have already paid dearly. I see so much more now. In death, I know the true value of the artifact which I asked you to find. And it is not for us to possess. If we are to be together again, you must make a sacrifice.
How
Only
about
when
no
that
bitch?
is complete will we be together.
Sacrifice? Why should I do anything for you? You lied to me. Betrayed me. And you really don't look so good anymore.
Oh!
You must forget the past.
Kareem's only alpha
Despite
moment.
who you are now, you will also become something more, just as I have. But the sacrifice must be made. We must remain here and guard the artifact. Dark things will come to claim it, and you must be strong to keep it from them. Without your sacrifice, the world will fall into eternal darkness.
What?
The things
Roll
I
credits.
do for love.
Go away, kids. That feel when no ghost girlfriend. Base, by the way. Alright, done with Kareem. And it's the... Oh, that was end of the demo. Cool, we'll play it. Oh.
This can't be happening!
Never mind, it's the full version. Oh. Okay, never mind, I thought I saw something there. Okay. I mean... where do I actually go next? Oh, I know. I haven't checked out this part. Oh, someone's calling.
Hello?
Remember me, Alex?
Can't be happening!
I believe we have it. This is the scariest room in the whole game. not yet though. I had the biggest book here as a kid. Grand piano stands here, awaiting the hands of a decent musician. Unfortunately, Edward never really lived up to that description, and as such, the piano fell into disuse. What? I'm stuck. Okay. This was nice. The illustration features a collection of strange line designs related to each other in a cyclical manner. There appears to be some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. True that. Table is set for 1. Alex's grandfather. Two full stops. Shouldn't one of those be a comma? The table is set for 1. Alex's grandfather. Edward's private nature meant... No, that should have been a comma after 1. Edward's private nature meant that he never had many visitors, and this is the lonely evidence of it. I see. Where's she looking? She's looking up. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Is there something up there? Oh, the painting is bleeding. And you could tell that from there, huh? Does she like look at it? Yeah, she likes to look at the blood. Look at the blood. Ah, the lens flare room. Right, Dax? Not what you're looking at. Oh, it's leaning up there. Hello? We can see through the side of the door. A wooden plaque is fastened to the door. That's wood. It's kind of like bronze or something. Taking the place of the lock, a colored sigil is carved into the wood above a wide slot. The slot is just wide enough to insert a narrow blade. I hear whistling? I don't think I've ever played this game with headphones, so I'm like experiencing the audio on you. Or in a way that I never had before.
Enter
Yeah, that's the cool way of the cool thing about this game is that whoever has the tome of Eternal Darkness, they transfer the knowledge. So, you know, we keep the runes that we just found and so forth. Oh, yeah. So now Alex knows the enchant with Zolotov. So we can go in here. Mouse. Rouse mouse. Among the pantry contents is a spice jar with a scrap of paper hidden inside. Paper. Firmly sealed glass spice jar. The faint aroma of Arabian spices is tantalizingly emanating from it. There's a piece of paper inside it. The lurking horror.
My liege, the future is yours. The light in the age of darkness has been extinguished. The pillar of flesh has been constructed. The master of chaos, the keeper of the ancients, is long dead. The planets will be in alignment soon. All is prepared for your arrival. I will begin the final incantation that will bring you into our world within days. The next millennium will truly usher in a new age. Your guardians, now prepare the gate!
Cool. Sorry. Guardians at the gate. Spice jar is no longer needed. That's cool.
I will not argue that I was shocked by the sudden mention of one of my ancestors, the distinguished Dr. Maximilian Roivas.
Well, well, well.
It chilled me to my bones.
Understandably.
Where had this ancient book come from?
Indeed.
How had my ancestor stumbled upon it?
I'd like to know that too.
I feverishly began to read more, eager to learn his story.
What did you learn?
It seems that Maximilian had inherited his father's mansion, just as I had. Alone since the death of his wife, and since his children had their own adult lives.
Right.
He explored the house to discover his family roots.
Exciting. 1760. That's as far future as we've been. Future.
It has been 2 weeks since the death of my father. It has finally come to me to look over the mansion. Now, I am truly alone, and forced to start a new life here in Rhode Island. I intend to make the mansion mine, and live in it as my forefathers have, to continue the family tradition. The mansion has its secrets, I'm sure, and in my time here, I have to make them mine.
It's a good objective. Alright, so now we are in the same house. That's the cool part. Isn't that cool? Flintlock pistol ammunition. Alright, this is Maximilian. Maximilian, he's got a decent amount of health and stamina. Health and sanity. Stamina he has very little of because he's a bit chubby. He's on the chubbier side, that's for sure. Trying to hide it. Hiding it pretty well. Also, that's a cool like cardigan. What would you call that? I want it though. I would love to have that kind. I don't have anything green. Do I have any green clothing? I need green clothing. We have a flintlock pistole. French flintlock holster pistol was in use from the 1680s. As a muzzle-loaded pistol, its rate of fire is rather low, but it packs a powerful punch. Bag of pistol balls. Balls? Okay. Medical journal. Maximilian's medical journal, used to take notes on medical and pathological analysis. Yeah, alright. As you can see, we have no spells because we don't have the tome. Just running around with a gun in my house, why not? Why not? The door to the servants' quarters is securely locked. Maximilian, however, can't help but feel uneasy. An ominous presence lurks behind that door, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. To no end. Stained glass windows, resplendent with bright colors and exquisite workmanship. There is something odd about it, perhaps the curious detail of its shapes and content. I feel like, well, I can see some cracks in it. I'm not sure if that's emulator though. Other than that, I don't know what's so weird about it. It's perfectly fine to me. The sun is kind of weird, kind of, I guess. Yeah, it would be the sun, if anything. Oh, hello there. Servant is preoccupied with his duties. Yeah, we got servants, boy. Ammo. The same picture. The painting has a quaint, reassuring feeling behind the brushwork, which is probably why it has been kept in the family for as long as it has. Max found some flintlock pistol ammunition. Gimme. It's an open letter. An open letter too. stone tablet carved with strange pictograms is displayed on the mantelpiece. An odd conversation piece, that's to be sure. Give me that codex. Don't pretend it's no conversation piece. Servant mutters under his breath, not realizing that Max is nearby. He appears to be distressed at his lot in life, working all the time. Understandable, but those are the times. Alright. Mirror's grim reflection returns Max's questioning gaze. His face is racked with sleepless nights, and a strange gleam in his eyes hint at a growingly odd demeanor. He's becoming a weirdo. What's this letter about? A letter written with some precision in longhand. Longhand? Characters' words written out fully by hand, cursive writing. Such, I mean, of course it's by hand, so it's cursive. Yeah, so it's written fancily, I guess. Dear friend, the antiquity of which you ask is indeed the Tome of Eternal Darkness, or a copy of it, at least. Its secrets are still hidden from me, for I have been unable to read it, as most scholars who have tried. To remain within the sanctity of the mansion, for in the wrong hands it would be a powerful weapon. Peruse it if you will, but beware of its magic. It's a harsh mistress. Aaron Rivas written to... Okay, so it's written by Maximilian's father or grandfather. Not sure to whom though. About the Tome of Eternal Darkness. I would like that tome. Gimme the tome. Gimme the tome. Yo. How's it? Hello. Whilst performing her duties, the servant makes idle chit-chat about the room's temperature. What a normie. Green carpets this time. Can I aim at people? Open letter lies on the table. Letter number 2. A letter scrawled by a panicked hand with clotted ink. Yes, but is it in longhand? Dear friend, the house has been forsaken by the ancients. I dare not enter it for fear of my mortal soul. I would suggest that you leave also. Bring the book. It is a far more potent tool than you have learned. May well swing the balance in our favor. I don't understand leaving. Bring the book, but don't you own the house and the book? I don't understand. That's what's confusing me. So yeah, the library section has not been built yet in this timeline. Appears to be something on the wall here. The wall is decorated with a colored triangle design. Although Max has seen this particular embellishment time and time again, its significance still evades him. Why is that there? The illustration features a collection of strange line designs related to each other in a cyclical manner. There appears to be some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. When you have, because people, they frame pictures of a room in the room that they depict. It's normal. An oil painting of the mansion's foyer hangs on the wall. Max wonders why the artist would paint an inaccurate picture of one end of the room with such detail and clarity that it approaches realism. That's just a plot painting. They don't mind me aiming a gun at her. That's loyalty. Hello. How are you doing? Examine. Cold moonlight filters in through grime-stained windows. Even with servants cleaning every day, the house never seems to get very clean. As if the very nature of the house itself is soiled. Bidding Maximilian a courteous good day, and the servant returns to his duties. Good day to you. A stone tablet sits on the countertop, seemingly out of place in the room. Grab it. That's the Chaturka! The Chitterka Index. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi. With a kind smile, she asks if Maximilian has an appetite as she's preparing a hearty meal for the evening. Man, I wish I had servants. Someone ever asked me that? Whilst going about her duties, the servant casually remarks about a strange quality hanging in the air. This odd comment makes Maximilian feel like something is quite amiss. Why would she say that? Why would you say that? You should talk about making me food and stuff instead. There's something odd in the air. Pompanadol is sitting on a barrel inside the pantry. What is it doing here? Gimme, gimme. Gimme that. Hello, sir. Servant inquires if Maximilian requires anything of service. Anything? Man, this room is much nicer in this time. There is something written beneath the image. When darkness spreads its wings before my master Zeldav's greatest foe, the path to truth will be opened. So, Chitterka? Enter secret passage. Ooh. We're here now. This appears to be a wax rubbing of some kind of carved pattern. The central point is an odd line design, a symbol of something? Age flintlock pistol rests on a display stand fixed to the wall. I'll take that. Oh yeah, that looks much better. This Gothic figure is silhouetted against the stark light. The image is vicious and devoid of subtlety. Every brushstroke echoes. This is the same as before. Grim picture indeed. There should be a door here. There will be in the future. Is the wall different here? Or can he dip his head into every wall like that? Ornamental saber is displayed on the wall. Curled scroll of aged parchment sits atop a stack of dusty books. It is covered with strange diagrams and writing. Reveal invisible spell. Cool. Yo, let's check what we got here. Dual flintlock pistols for those who wish to fight akimbo style. What style? The French flintlock holster pistols was in use from 1916. Akimbo style. This appears to be the handle of a manually driven pump. Appears so. Cavalry swords, like the saber, were used chiefly as an item of ceremonial dress for officer. The brass knuckle guard was a style popular with both American and English cavalry officers in the second half of the 18th century. I see. And what about this thing? What's this? Lying amidst the papers on the desk is a strange leather-bound book. Pick it up. Home of Eternal Darkness, eh? My oh my. That's not good, is it? As Max lifts the Tome of Eternal Darkness, a letter slips out from between the pages. Deftly, Max catches it as it drops towards the floor. We'll read a letter while this scary sound is going on. A letter scrawled almost indecipherably by a wavering hand. Dear friend, as I suspected, the ruins of Echenga that blasted Necropolis lie deep under the site of the mansion. The accursed servants of Zelatov are so close I can almost hear their chittering. There's a secret opening in the basement, and from there we can gain access. I urge you to gather some men and seal it. Better still destroy the damn place. I have stored something that you will find useful on the upper level. Look to the light and you will find it. I wish that I could be at your side, but my ailment worsens daily and I know that my time is short. A.R. AR, my dude. Where are you going, sir? No, no, that's not okay. Not okay. Not okay at all. No, 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 no. You do not belong here. Attempt autopsy. Oh, yes. Fabulous. A new entry has been placed in Maximilian's medical journal. Okay, we'll check that out. Autopsy has been performed. Max can view the new entry by turning to the journal section of the tome and selecting autopsy at the bottom of the page. Selecting autopsy. Okay. Cool. Fill it up a bit more before we check. Before we do the checking. Be a I definitely got this. Show who's boss. Me. That's who. Magical room. Where was going? That's cool. How's my oil autopsy? Yes. Autopsy display.
Oh, that's extraordinary.
Isn't it? Do we want to finish him though? Yeah, let's. So, what do you think of that? Was that impressive? Just gonna keep cleaning? Eyes wide with fright, his head twists frantically left and right, as if trying to see some invincible horror stalking him. Have you no eyes? Can't you see it? He cries. Can't you see it? I killed it. You're cleaning, and you're saying that I'm acting weirdly? And you? Did you just make that sound, or... Okay, that's not cool. No! 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 I like how it just gets enough sanity back to stop the horror music so quickly. You still, okay, you still haven't to her, right? Are you cool with that? I guess he's cool with that. Trapper. So, I want to autopsy this thing. I think this is like the only time you have the chance to autopsy it. So we gotta kill it. So we gotta... Don't do that.
Is it really happening?
Good thing. So it doesn't let you reload, but can I just do like this? Okay. You wanna see what's not happening? That's what's not happening.
I can't believe this.
Habib. Cool. I don't like that sound. You are up to no good, aren't you, lady? I should have killed you immediately. When you said that weird comment earlier. But you're cool. You're cool. You're not like your identical twin, are you? Cackling gleefully, the servant casually tosses what appears to be a human organ into a nearby pot, steering carefully. It assures Maximilian that it will be a meal to be long remembered. Oh my god. I didn't realize they had such dialogue. Cozy fireplace is the focal point of the kitchen, lending a good deal of warmth as well. I mean, I kinda like weirdos, so I'm gonna let her be around. I like her energy. Something seems different.
What's going on here?
Yeah, that wasn't really happening. Alright. Still cleaning. Do I have reveal invisible? This is a green, so we need Chiturka, but I don't have the Chiturka rune, do I? That's the problem. I had the codex for it. I also have absorb, project, self area item. I feel like I should be able to have more spells with that combo. Let's see. Absorb item. Absorb area. That's the reveal invisible. Absorb self is recover somehow. Absorb. Oh, that's it. Okay. So no, we have those. Project item. That's an enhance item. Project area. Spell 9. Project self. No. What about? So we have absorb project. Okay, so that was it. So we did find spell 9. What's spell 9?
Enter by Seldon.
Was that some kind of a damaging thing? Effects of this spell are unknown. Not all of its components are in your possession. Okay, so what runes was that? That's that one and that one, which is that one and this one? Project area? I guess that could be some sort of damaging thing, yeah. Alright. Interesting. So tell me about my other spells. That which is broken shall be fixed, that which is dull will be sharp. Yeah, makes sense. This spell enables the transfer of magical power from the environment to the self. Restoration of the body, spirit, and mind is the spell's purpose. That's a good spell. And reveal invisible. With this enchantment, invisible is rendered visible. Use it wisely, for some things are invisible for a reason, and mortal are now meant to see them. Okay, how am I on health and stuff? Just low on sanity, that's fine.
Sapiens selet his diebus.
Is he speaking Latin? That's his idea of going crazy, he's talking Latin? You could do worse than that. That's a nice looking picture you got there. A hellish depiction of some monstrous landscape. A blood-colored sky hangs over a dementedly surreal land in which flayed skins flap in an acidic breeze. What mind could have conceived this? It's not that hard to just conceive some spooky shit. Alright. Let's see, are you gonna kill me or are you gonna have some cool things to say? Or maybe he doesn't even know. The servant is clearly flustered. Skittishly he turns about, looking for something that might have brushed past his leg, shrieking and uttering as though some hideous creature is nearby. Is it? What have you seen, my servant? Or are you talking about me? Maybe he just saw me. We appear to be on the ceiling again, sire.
This isn't really happening.
Get anything, did I? Oh, did I read this letter? Yeah, I did. Something that you will find useful on the upper level. Look to the light and you'll find it. Very good. Look to the light. This is my room, right? No one in here. Oh, it's my room, but no bed. It's like my study, personal study or something. I have too little sanity. I'm getting sick of this. Okay, you're not a friend. You are not a friend of mine. There's his head. He appears to have lost his head. Okay, give me a... I'm just sick of the sound effects. Of the crying woman, you know, I just want a little bit more peace and quiet. It's nice. Even if it just has weird sound effects. What is that sound even supposed to be? This is where the light is coming from. Max spies an envelope that has fallen behind the pedestal. Fallen, perhaps, or been hidden there. Despite his excitement at this discovery, Max senses something odd about it. Yeah, sure, take it. Hello. Not cool, my friend. Not cool. Oh, you can hear the glass. Then there's blood dropping from the ceiling over there. So I think that's all the servants we could talk to. Oh, I was hoping for more. I like the woman with the human organ, like, oh, I hope you have appetite. Oh, and this painting is back to normal. Okay, let's prepare ourselves. Wait, let's check what this is. A paper envelope sealed with a glob of melted wax. An odd rune is pressed into the wax. There appears to be something heavy inside. Sound effect, wow. It's on a letter addressed to one of Max's father's aides. Basement key. Small antiquated key, somewhat rusted by the ravages of time. This is the key to the basement. The Royalist family. So it's, what did it say? To a servant of his or something like that? Written in a scrawling hand. Dear friend, as I expected, the beasts are drawing closer to our discovery. They want the book for themselves, it seems, and do not want us to have it in our possession. That's like saying the same thing twice, really. I have taken steps to ensure that their ilk will not touch the key in this envelope, should you fall prey to their claws. The envelope containing the basement key has been sealed with a corrosive magic. If one not aligned to us tries to handle it, it will be released, inflicting pain, suffering, and a grievous blow to their sanity should they have any left. Be swift with your task, AR. Their ilk will not touch the key. No, I don't want to subscribe to your newsletter. Ilk. Politicians and their ilk. What? Sort, kind. Oh. So they're sort. Fine. That was simple enough. Word to understand there. What else? Let's reload this. That is not equipped. Okay, equip it. Reload it. Good. And again, we don't have Chaturka. Show me the autopsies I got. We got Trappa. Cyst-like structures on the tail channel energy. That's not what it looks like, is it? Okay. Bone teeth. The creature wears the skin of people to protect itself. Okay. Its eyes are its weakness. The creature is highly dependent on sight rather than sound. Aha. So it's like opposite of Trapper. In that regard. Cool. Let's go to the basement, I thought. Sepia colored. Can I look down like I could before? Alright. Seems like there's nothing here. Baited. This dude has got my Chaturka rune. That is an important rune. You shall give it to me. Post haste. Hey, ow. Ow. Ow again. Give. I want to. That's a juicy rune to get. Okay, so now we can do stuff. Now we can actually do stuff because we have Chaturka. So what we're gonna do is recover, assign this to there. That's cool. I kind of want. I mean, I guess I should be enchanting items more often, but I want to do it in Zealotov. It just seems more badass for some reason. And this is interesting. Just like damaging things. I want to try it. I should have tried it at something before. Let's assign it with this to... What button is this? Alright, I guess that's fine. So enchant, recover, dance. Reveal invisible. Let's just cast it since we're here. Cool. Quick heal. Why don't we... Wait, no. First, let me reload.
Enter by Celadon.
So how am I supposed to do this? Oh, I can't do this. Like, how are you gonna do a damaging spell? You need to have a lot of space because they're just gonna interrupt it otherwise. Oh, I don't need anything. I'm just gonna fight them. I was gonna equip my torch, I think, but I don't have a torch. I don't like that sound.
Oh, that's extraordinary.
Isn't it just? Come on. Codex. Scroll paper. Damage field.
Sapiens Silet is Deus.
Okay. Rusted thumb stands by the wall. Its handle appears to be missing. Climberino. Interesting place we got here.
This can't be happening!
I'm sure I wasn't foreshadowing anything. You got a room. Mine now. Damage field. Cool. Autopsy. Coolers. fabulous. Well then, Max is incredulous at the sight, a desolate ruin of a fantastic city built into a huge naturally formed cave. Jutting spires and looming buildings poke through the dense fog. Light ebbs through the city, crackling in the wake of the energy spilling from a light source held aloft by unseen forces. Unbelievable discovery in the basement of the mansion. I do not believe it. Okay. How am I on everything? Full health, full magic. No new items. Those are reloaded. Show me the autopsy. Mantarok zombie. Living human corpse does no special attributes or weaknesses. It's very weak. Composed of dried sinew and skin. Limbs regrow as phantom entities when severed, causing deep-rooted insanity in the observer. The wrappings of the mummy are highly combustible and catch fire easily. I didn't know that, actually. Okay, so damage... Wait, we just got a new rune as well. We got... Protect. So... Damage field, which is... Exerts force of mystical power within the confines of its runes. Nothing may enter till it is dispelled. Uses Bankarok and Redgomor. So this is Bankarok and Redgomor is area. So protect area. What about protect item or protect self? Protect item. No. Protect self. Spell 7. That seems cool. Let's cast spell 7. Is this... Could it be shield? I have shield already. Wow, okay, we can assign that. I mean, I'm not really gonna need damage field much if I have shield already. Okay. Okay, let me save again just so that we have that saved. Little cutie. Oh wow. The Zelda version of this one is pretty scary looking. That's some spell you cast there, mister. You must be an interesting creature. It would be a shame if someone ran up to you and slashed you into pieces. So that's the spell 9, it's gotta be. He just killed all my shield. Wow, that's far away. Bam! Bam! Bad ghost. Where to? Dude, you wanna make up your mind here? I ain't got all day. Bang. 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 No good. Whoa, what a sound. Touchy, touchy.
The accursed beast was dead.
This sounds like Diablo 2
but
music.
not without its toll on me. That was but one was an entire city of them. I could not hope to fight them all alone. I knew I had to get help.
Get help, eh?
I knew there was a way. I just had to find it.
There is a will, there is a way, right?
I tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen.
What is that white thing? I don't get
Damn
it.
their eyes! They didn't believe me. Strange creatures. The world in peril from unseen foes. The darkness. Instead, they jeered and threw me into this forsaken place. A place of empty souls and fevered thoughts, reeking of fetor and decay. Thinking me mad with delirium. The fools cast away their hopes of salvation, but locking me in this damned asylum. May the rats eat your eyes! I am now lost to your cause! The darkness comes! It will damn us all!
Such a classic moment right there. Like the most Jefferson and Coombs Sanitarium. Most like memorable moments for some reason. It's like that. It was foreshadowed even in the like intro cutscene. Hey, that's another chapter complete. The depth, the darkness. Yes, who is it? We checked out the place on the left. Just to reconfirm that this is indeed locked. So this was indeed Maximilian's room, yes. But we already checked in here. This was the bathroom. Wait. Oh, there he is. Wasn't that the servant's room? Why is it covered up? Why is he going in there? Questions. Okay. Well, I mean, my enchanted item does light up the room quite nicely. To her dock in here. To do anything, perhaps the circuit has been broken. Right. Well, we can see. Is that a bidet? Or just a faucet? I guess just a faucet. I don't know, looks weird. I don't even see anything that we would do in this room, but okay. Okay, then. Wait, I can't. No detail. Servant's room. Wallpaper in this section of the hallway is oddly marred, as though the wall it sits on is not even with the rest of the room. The stained glass depicts a glowing medieval maiden, luminous even with the faint light of the setting sun. The maiden grasps a piece of parchment in her hands. Yes, she does. The window gives Alex a strange feeling, almost as if it's magical and not really there. A glowing field of energy protects the window. I'm just gonna let that be then. That doesn't really have anything to do with me or my goals. Oh, hi. How you doing? Not cool to be checking me out like that. Okay. This I guess was his bedroom then. Axis found some .38 revolver ammunition. .38. That's how you say that, I'm sure. Alex questions the presence of a lush landscape amidst these other morbid pieces. Could it be a single ray of hope encircled by the encroaching darkness? Could be. Is that a baby in a diaper on the bottom left? I guess so. One of the drawers in the dresser curiously has no keyhole, and its place is a small triangular design flanked by a magical symbol. But we have a dresser key for like ages. Alex searches the drawer for some means of unlocking it, but can find none. However, the key is definitely a dresser key. Alex is a key expert, she will know that. Anything in the bathroom? I reach from the journal of Maximilian Royas. Anything else? No, not really. Not really. This is a page from Maximilian Royas' journal. It reads, everything that brightened my life now engulfed me in... Everything that brightened my life now engulfed me in darkness. I fed on the light of truth, yet starved on the shadows of lies. I have learned through my lifetime, but no less than a newborn baby. That just sounds edgy, really. If you ask me. Okay, Zelotov. So, reveal invisible Chaturka. Using the reveal invisible spell has made the keyhole appear. The dresser still appears to be locked, however. Heyo. Did I lose the key? I lost the key. Using the dresser key, Alex unlocks the drawer. Should Alex open it? Yes. Signed is a chrome-finished revolver and a title page from the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Should Alex retrieve these items? Okay. Revolver. Chapter page entitled A Journey into Darkness. Darkness.
Your guardians have located the heart of Mantarok.
Yes, located within its grave. As we suspected.
It shall be retrieved at once.
Be wary. The power of Mantarok lingers still, corroding the universe around its tomb. It will doubtlessly be guarded after these 7 centuries.
The beast has not been contained.
I can assure you that my binding of Mantarok, fueled by your very own power, will be enough.
It is not your sorcery that we doubt, Augustus, but the power of the dead god. How can you, a mere mortal, comprehend what that entity represents, or what power it can wield?
We know not.
And we know more than thou.
Your future depends on me, Majesty. Without me to open the gates...
Yes, yes. Be quick, lest our power and our faith in you wanes to oblivion.
It will never happen. I have seen differently.
Just like, what the fuck? They're quite interesting, these gods, the Zolotov ones. I'm happy with my choice. Examine? Oh, okay. Suppose we can save as well. This is a Smith & Wesson Model 37, one of the smaller revolvers in the Smith & Wesson family. This double-action revolver is capable of firing .38 special ammunition, which allows for extra stopping power. That sounds good. Stop right there, criminal scum. Or zombie scum, maybe? A journey into darkness. Yeah.
The ancients' influence was incredible.
Incredible.
From all walks of life to all parts of the world, their tendrils crept and wrought their insidious damage.
Tendrils?
Their prisons decayed constantly as their guardians' work continued. I discovered mention of a breakthrough in satellite radar imaging that revealed the presence of a hitherto unknown temple mound in the Angkor Thom region of Cambodia. An archaeologist of some repute, Dr. Edwin Lindsay, took it upon himself to investigate the area, to reveal the secrets of history. Unfortunately, the local government at the time thought differently, requiring that Lindsay find other means into the country and to finance the expedition. He found these in Paul Augustine, a collector of rare items who professed an interest in the discovery and agreed to help.
How kind.
After a dysentery-riddled 2-week venture, Lindsay and Augustine located the remains of an ancient city temple dating back to the 12th century.
1983.
Yes, this is it. It has to be. I hadn't expected the information to pan out, but here it is. The satellite data was correct.
For years, I have searched for it without
So it's
success.
around this point that I
Here, all
stopped
along,
knowing every
clouded
little
from
detail.
us beneath the great ancient's insidious magic. I am very pleased with your performance, Dr. Lindsay. Very pleased. In fact, so pleased that I will give you an early bonus.
I still know quite a bit of it. Like next chapter I should know much less. Don't kill me, no! Evil looking man. Non-suspect looking man.
My God!
God!
You are a scholar, Dr. Lindsay, not a warrior. In that regard, I have several centuries more experience than you. Don't be a fool. Die quietly, and you will not suffer. You cannot escape me, Lindsay. This place will be your tomb, just as it is Mantarok's. Guardians of Zelothoth, kill him!
No, don't do that. Alright. There's some dude visiting. We have some stuff. We have a kukri. Let's equip the kukri as we deal with our guest here. Stop casting spell. Awesome. Target other guy. Please now target him. Stop summoning these guys. Okay, wait. Go away a bit. Go around here. Wait. There we go. Bam! Bam! It's annoying I can't interrupt his spells. I mean, I'm sure he could interrupt mine, right? No. Yes. Hi. No. Wait. Hi. It's not really going the way I was hoping. This mister is hard to kill. Oh, did that damage him? So when he does this, wait, from behind. Oh, I'm frozen. Oh, that damages. Oh, from behind, I see. Okay, there's something on the floor. Oh, he did summon another one. Awesome. Alright, bye. Nope. No need to do that. Okay. So, this is Mr. Lindsay. Pretty good stats, nothing too low. Starts off with a bunch of stuff. We have a pistol, an automatic pistol. Since 1907, this weapon has been a trusted sidearm to the US Armed Forces. Through 2 world wars, Korea and Vietnam, the Colt M1911 automatic pistol has proven itself to be a reliable firearm with good stopping power. Again with the stopping power. Hey, I bet the shotgun has better stopping power. Remington M870 shotgun, slightly modified with an extended tube magazine, choke barrel, rifle sights, and bayonet lug. This is the same shotgun used by the US Marine Corps since 1970. The kukri, the unusual L-shape of the kukri gives the weapon a significant advantage in close quarters. The combination of a cutting edge on the inside curve of the blade and heavy weight of the blade tip gives the cooker immense chopping power. Chop chop. We have a torch. The torch or brand is a common source of illumination from ancient times. Okay, always the same. A brush, a large soft bristled brush designed for clearing dirt and dust from surfaces without damaging them. Handy. Ammo. A clip. A box of 12-gauge shotgun shells. Did any cartridge firing? Shotgun. Okay, brushy brushy. Wait, what happened with the blade? Bronze bracelet has been discovered under the dust covering the floor. An exquisite bronze bracelet designed to be worn around the wrist or ankle. It is embellished with inset gems and engravings. Alright. Passage where highest went is closed. In fact, both passages are closed. Statue of a seated goddess, where her neck and wrist should be her jewelry. There are merely worn groves and flecks of bronze dust. Had they been stolen by grave robbers? By Elia, maybe? Okay. Wait, did that change the thing? Did remove the grave robbers part? Ah, nice. Gimme. What's up, Kareem? Yeah, you're looking kinda alpha. Too bad you were not alpha. Oh man. I found a large enough boulder for Mr. Royalist here. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, now we can start doing shit. That's that. Give me one of these. Feels good, man. This is just an alcove carries an area of candles. They are arranged to reflect the time of day. Curiously, they are still lit. How is it possible? That's a question. Carving represents the growth of the human race, its rise to intelligence and the development of society. It foreshadows the decline of humanity since humanity's dusk. Interesting. Traps time. Oh, and trapper time as well. Oh, can he get chopped? Yes, he can. Up. Can I get chopped? Nah. Nothing here. Sleep on the pedestal is a metal bracelet. Metal, eh? How metal? Seemingly worthless bracelet made from cheap flawed metal. The workmanship is rather crude. It is probably junk. Alright, I'm sure it is. Let's pay no further attention to it. The corner is shrouded with dense cobwebs, casting it into shadow, perhaps even hiding something. Maybe. Let's find out. Codex. Portier. Summon. We're gonna summon stuff now. Oh, hi there. Are you behind the damage field? Isn't that cute? Bronze necklace sit atop a nearby urn. Is that the urn? You don't want to wear it? Well-crafted bronze necklace, resplendent with glowing gems. What was the word from the cutscene that I was wondering about? I don't remember. That's blocked off. I didn't get any runes yet, no, just the codex. Summon. Summon area. Summon creature. Summon project. No. Not that. Someone just snark at me? Is that you? Oh, these guys are still alive. Hey, I got you a present. Click. Click. Alright. This particular depiction represents the birth of the human race within the universe. This is humanity's dawn. Stone statue of a Naga, a snake-headed demon, stands guard in the corner of the room. A raised platform stands before it with a bracelet on it. Yeah. Silver bracelet. Oh no. Mistakes have been made. LOL, what? Why would it say such things? Okay. Here you go. Wait, I didn't lose any shields? Was it not just attacking me? Worthless middle bracelet lies on the raised platform in front of the statue, fooling the Naga into thinking it still stands guard over its treasure. Ha! Fooled you. I mean, for the technology they use to have it protect, it's odd that they can't. What am I able to examine? Oh, the floor. That they can't have it also detect the difference between junk and not junk. Oh, it's the same shape. Must be the same thing. Okay, so we got silver bracelet from that. Thanks. Exquisite bracelet made from silver, designed to be worn around the wrists or ankle. It is embellished with inset gems and engravings. That sounds like the same description as for the bronze one. Also, why would they leave the worthless metal one just hanging around the temple? Like, they gave me everything I needed. No. If I have a torch. Don't step on anything. Too dangerous for Lindsay to use the brush now. With creatures so close, Lindsay cannot spend the time to safely and accurately examine the ruins. Lol, but he's dead. Another codex, this time for Netlek, the spell. Okay, I've got 2 codexes, can we get a rune though? Hey guys. There's a rune. Magnus. This design depicts humanity's fall into decadence, corruption, and ultimately oblivion. This is humanity's night, our time. Definitely our time. Oh yes. Perfect way to describe our time. Oh, nice look at the ceiling. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen this ceiling. Collection of unlit candles stands atop a low pedestal. I like how it seems like nothing just because they're all unlit. Their unlitness is their purpose. Okay, we got a rune. We got... it must have been... dispel. Okay, let's see if we can dispel something. Dispel... item. No. Dispel... area. Dispel 5. Stealth? Dispel? No. Dispel area. That's gotta be... like dispel magic. I think it's this way. Are these plates? That's a plate. Let's walk with it. Yeah, that's what you get. Hi. Hiding in the shadows, a statue watches over the room. A brief inspection reveals flecks of silver, metal marrying the statue's wrist and neck, possibly indicating that a decoration used to be there. I got silver for you, baby. No necklace though, I have to come back to that one. Rashi. Is this dispel magic? It is. You're still not... Oh, because I've already discovered it, yeah. Closed door, lying in shadow, seals off the passageway. Just a door, by the way. That's not fair. Oh, hey, I'm back. Alright, so if we're gonna dispel this magic, maybe we wanna shield up a bit. And we might also want to... How many Q here? I have a shotgun. But it almost seems like melee is better. Oh wait, how's my health and stuff? It's fine. So I think we can just go right on ahead and... Well, first equip that. And then go right on ahead and dispel with Chaturka. Slow time. Okay, this Kukuri is terrible. We're not hitting him. Got a bit close there. Silver necklace. Thanks. This particular depiction represents the prosperity of humanity and its domination over the world. This is humanity's day. That was yesterday. Alright. I don't think there was anything else for me to dispel. Ouch. I think I could, oh no, that's wrong. No, wait. That's nice. Give me the torch again. Oh no, I didn't examine it. I didn't get to read the same description as for the bronze necklace. I'm fine, right? Fine. Everything is just fine. Hi there. Man, I'd love to just burn these fuckers. Oh, I see that thing down there. Ooh, what the hell? Okay. This was the... question mark. Okay, we don't have the codex. But it's one of these. Let's try it. Wait, which one is it? It's... Okay, so we're gonna do... Shit, I already forgot. Okay, so we're gonna do something with it. Can we protect it? Can we absorb it? No. Can we dispel it? No. Can we project it? No. Item area. Okay, so we got one though, which was to protect it. Right? We protect? Let me try it. No, don't lower my volume. I need that to hear.
This can't be happening.
So this is shield. This is the attack spell. This is the new one. Oh, the last one. So let's see what it does. There is no creature to cast the spell on. Huh. Like an enemy creature or a friendly creature? You can cast it here. What did that do? Did I just protect an enemy? Like this guy? How are you doing? I don't get what that did. Indeed, I have no idea what that did. I don't know what spell 12 is. Maybe there's some more. This doesn't look right. Climb up.
This isn't really happening.
Don't go in. Slip it down. Nice. Chop chop. Ah, I survived. I should have tried spelling 12 on it actually. Because it was protect creature, right? I don't want to protect my enemies. Hi there. You know what? It's time to shotgun. Ow. Stop. You have ammo. Why are you acting like you... Into the... That's fine. Slice him up. Oh, I see cobweb there. What was it called? Perhaps even hiding something. Rashy, rashy. Dirt encrusted necklace. Why now? This necklace is encrusted with cysts of corroded metal upon its surface. It's difficult to tell what it looks like. Perhaps it can be cleaned somehow. Like, you can mix it. Mix it with the brush. Okay, yeah, we need to dispel magic here then, yeah? Is that what you're saying? Dispel the red? So... that would be if I use... Yes. Green or blue? Sometimes thinking is hard. It's blue. It's Ulia. Yeah, because red is weak against is good against green. Okay. There's a panel recessed slightly into the wall. It looks like it can be pressed. Yeah, I don't have any idea what this panel does. Any idea whatsoever, actually. Is it just a placebo thing? Already unpressed. Okay, how are we doing with like health and stuff? Let's refill that. Feels better, man. Don't cause no trouble here. Well, run like fuck. Still. Ouch, ouch. Keep running like fuck. No, not that. Okay. Oh, hello there. It's a Turka monster. I don't like that. I have to actually fight it. Not two as well. Okay, this Kukiri is terrible. scared too much. So this one we do red, right? I say red, I mean stuck. Once again, I think it's this way. Hello? Hiding in the shadow, a statue watches over the room. Gold flecks of metal mar the statue's wrist and neck, possibly indicating that some kind of adornment used to be there. Okay. Take it you don't want this. Is there a door on the other side? Burn, baby, burn. Down. There's a small basin or font situated beneath the statue. Beside that, an orb-shaped button sits on a panel of stone. A font, a... How about we put that in there? And push the button. This water smells like a strong acid, perhaps strong enough to dissolve metal or flesh, if Linz isn't careful. Okay. Well, isn't that nice? Well-crafted gold necklace. Indeed. Every time, I'm not sure if I went the right way. Okay, here's the thing. There has to be a hole in the wall. It's large enough for a Franker Z to pass through. Here's this looks like a door. Now, what runes do I have slash not have? I'm missing this tier rune. That's the problem. I cannot summon nothing. Because I still need to... Okay, I need to check out what spell 12 does. Next time I have like a mantra of zombie. I should check that. Hello? First panel. Statue of an unknown goddess seated in a classical pose. She appears to be carrying something valuable. Oh, it's golden, alright. And you? Statue of carved granite depicting a ceremonial temple guard that appears to be keeping watch on the seated goddess in the corner of the room. It's not a corner. It's in the middle of the wall. Yeah, it's not freaky at all. I see. Hiya! Mine now. Okay. Mentor zombie. Okay. Stand up. Okay, but I'm not gonna have time to cast it because he's gonna prevent me. So what did I do? Did I heal it? Did I shield it somehow? What did I do? I'm very curious, but I have no idea. I see why I would want to protect an enemy. Oh, that's things. Yeah. Ow. Oh, no, that's another one. Through. Okay, we just did a lab. I have all the stuff I need, the gold things. Okay, so I wonder what's the fastest way to that place. I think it's like on the opposite side, so it doesn't matter. So let's just run like fuck. Here, that is. That's something for you. That opens the door. I feel like we haven't saved in a while. Oh, okay. I feel like we're not gonna save in a while. Oh, hi.
Remember me, Alex?
Yes.
How can I forget you, Grandpa? You've always meant the most to me. Ever since my parents died.
Yes. Ever since they were killed. You've been my little girl. Yes.
Don't be creepy now, Grampy. No, don't say things like that.
This can't be happening.
And yet it just did. Just happened. Okay, well this doesn't sound like a very safe room. Ah, no, not these guys. How much ammo? I have 48 pistol. Let's see how the pistol does against these guys. You should get like a bonus for shooting at close range. Okay, 4 bullets per. It's not great, but not terrible. Then we have this guy. How much shotgun? I have enough. Dead. Oh man, I have too much sanity. Okay, was there nothing here really? Oh, I need to equip them. Oh no, well. Come on, let's heal. Come on, I wanted to save. Let's see if we can save here. Okay, good. So the first save was this character, so We've gone far back without. Yeah, this is where he fell down with Elia through the trapdoor and ended up in something here, which is non-existent in this version. There was a little. Like, we could go in, but I guess not. Okay. Now I really don't know what to expect. I feel like from now, like I said at the beginning of this chapter, that now it's like I don't know, but it's more like from now I don't know. What am I seeing there? It looks like a human, but probably just the low poly of it is making me imagine things. Okay, there's a head. Brushy. Okay. Codex. That's nice, but I would really like the rune. We watched this already. The early mural appears to depict the arrival of a strange godlike entity before an ancient human tribe. Once you cannot recognize the god in the mural, he's mystified. Oh, is this the same one? Oh, I don't recognize this one actually. They're like summoning him. Oh, they're all like bowing down to him. Elephant head, isn't that Ganesh? Ganesha? Oh, not that simple. Okay, I came from, I think that way here. This is some camera angle right here. Oh, hi. How's it going, buddy? I'm far enough away. Not these guys. The dilapidated mural depicts the ancient Khmer people coexisting with some kind of fertility god. They offer sacrifice to the beast and in return are showered with benevolence, good crops, and hunting. Different murals than when we were here with Elia, or I don't know. There's the fertility god, banned on Twitch. Is there anything else in this room? Are there any zombies? They're not killing themselves. I'm gonna take him out. It's gonna seem nice enough to join. But I'm just gonna be on my way, I think. Or we can your heads again. I need that rune, god damn it. Give me my summoning rune. Run like fuck. Something here. Like, this is where Elia was? No, it's not. That looked like sort of the entrance of a trapdoor. Ouch. Should have seen that one coming. Okay, that's more like it. And here's the rune. Alright, burn. Baby burn. This guy not gonna, like, get up? Okay, let's not go through there. Quiet yet. A damaged engraving on the wall depicts a skeletal demon befriending the ancient Khmer people. To Vince's eyes, the demon looks exactly like Paul Augustine's undisguised self. Mr. Pius Augustus. Yeah, this one we saw is Elia. Yeah. He recognizes that guy. Yeah.
No, what are you? Get away from me.
It's the same. So, now we have the rune. So now comes... Well, let's first see. Summon. Summon item creature self. Let's see what we can summon. Protect, summon. Summon item? No, I should. summon area. Spell 11. Summon creature, I would imagine would work. Spell 6. Summon self? No. So that's spell 6 is summon creature. Spell 11, summon area, was it? Yeah, I have this over my head now. That's gonna increase my... Oh, that's like the pool one. So this is just gonna continuously heal me for a while? Dude, that's useful. That's like quick assign useful. So we don't need spell 9. I don't have assigned that one that I'm not using as a button. I don't have enough buttons on the remote, on the controller. So that'll do for now. And let's also give me this. Okay. We're getting pretty damn geared up now with the spell stuff. Which I like. Let's take that to the next level, huh? What? What? Game? What? Excuse? That's not how I like to play.
Can't be happening.
Good thing it wasn't happening. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of backtracking now. This is something that pro players will know is quite important. Not that I'm a pro player. Well, I mean, I guess the barrier to become a pro player of Eternal Darkness isn't that high. Not saying speedrunner or anything, but you know, I know it enough to not be too casual about it. Can I not go through the same door back so we can get out of this? No, I think I just have to wait it out. Can I examine the mural upside down?
This can't be happening.
Oh, the pool thing is gone already. Didn't seem to last very long. How's my health? Oh, it's full. Maybe that's why it's gone. Is that why? Oh, I just pressed everything. Okay. Okay. Getting there, getting there. Run until you're out of stamina. Which is now, I guess. Just see if it stays even when I have full health. Seems like it does, so it just doesn't last that long. Okay, I think it was this way. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna save. Oh, damn it! I accidentally hit the reset button.
This can't be happening.
Just kidding. To save, yeah, because I'm not sure how this goes. Okay, never mind. Let's just hope I don't do it wrong. So I think it's this one. Give me a green one. I mean, wait. What? That's not the summon rune, is it? The summon rune is that circular one. No, this is some. Okay, so it probably is this one, yes.
Tier Paratax Celadon.
Yep. Here's my doggy. This area is crazy. So you can never get here as a human, yeah? You can never fight these guys or anything. But there's a cobweb thing. Do you actually go in here and fight these guys? Hiding something. Trapper spots a panel. The trapper spots, huh? Instead in the floor, circular in shape and with a linear design appeared upon it. Oh, let's open it. What was that? What about this? Can I attack it? You definitely seem to be implying that I'm gonna go in there. Anyway, this is what we came for here. Circling inside the alcove, a rune awaits. Its energy is silently corroding there about it. Fine now. Okay, so we are gonna be able to enter. Don't mute. Also, and I remember how to use sanity as Alex, because summoning a trapper costs sanity. So it's a free way to lose sanity as well. Stand there and shoot at me. I can't even finish him if I have a ranged weapon. You can't walk around. I mean, it doesn't even look like you're supposed to be here, but you can. That's not precarious at all. Lindsay spots a panel. Now Lindsay spotted it. Okay, so I'm guessing it's the codex here. It's only gonna make sense. Around the covenant, Mantara. Heck to the yes. So now we're actually need to update some things. Because we got Mantara. Okay, so I'm not gonna do Mantara recover. What was spell 11? Oh, that was the. Okay, I'm not gonna do that either. Spell. I should do enchant and spell 7. That's enchant. Mantarok. Yeah. And spell 7, which is the shield. Also Mantarok. Yeah. Okay. And how am I on my stats? Everything's fine. Let me do that. Cool. That's all this now. That's a lot of shotgun shells. Am I getting these? 17? 17? They don't...
This isn't really happening.
Is this reloaded? It's not. This is reloaded. Let's reload.
Oh, I can't. No, don't let him get me. Oh, help me.
You're fine. I ain't gonna let no one get you, Mr. Lindsay. Okay, that one is gonna get you, but that's fine. Okay. So yeah, that's the Mantarok rune. And this is the only time you can get it. And you have to do this massive backtrack to get it, or you're never gonna get it. That's just it. You don't need it, but it's good because basically like every god is weak. Like every color, you can say, is weak to a different color. But everyone's weak to Mantarok, so that's just good. Just good shit. So we got a lot of juicy content. I didn't shoot. Was that sanity? Yeah, I wasn't even having my button over to shoot. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff from Zinzi in terms of runes. We are powerful now. Run like fuck.
No, what do you... No, get away from me.
These guys are still alive. Never seen again. Okay. We're back to where we started backtracking from. At least I think so. Yeah, this is the place. I didn't miss any spell scrolls, did I? Okay, there's still more of the level. That's a cool sound. There's a spell scroll. I'm not gonna cause everyone else to do the same thing. So I don't have to fight them now. I just have to stay away from them. Because they're gonna blow themselves up. Well, they did anyway. Guess we need one with more. You can do that as well. Or you actually probably. What if I shoot you like in the arm? I'm not sure how to trigger that suicide bomb thing. Quite useful though. Summon Trapper.
Don't let him get me. Oh, help me.
Lindsay finds this mural frighteningly familiar. It is the scene he saw in the Tome of Eternal Darkness. The fertility god must be Mantarok, and this temple must be the tomb. Oh yeah, I think we saw this one with Elia as well. So we saw a lot more of the temple, I guess, with Lindsay. I'm not sure how that works out, like structure and all that, but they found a way to make it work. Oh. This looks lovely. Hi there.
The power of Mantarok is not easily controlled.
What makes you think I want to control it?
Arrogant man. Kill him! Make sure you succeed this time.
Uh-oh, not two of them. Oh, thank you, Mantarok. I got your rune and you're helping me out. That's nice. Now what, Pious?
The darkness shall prevail.
Yeah, run you little bitch. That slow turnaround. How is he not more, like, nervous with everything going on here. He's just so calm, this Dr. Lindsay. You know? Impressive. Quite impressive. The corpse god Mantarok, by its all-human description, massive, amorphous, perhaps, but these words only capture the gross nature of the beast, not the specifics. Its form, seemingly without design, or true function, stirs as Lindsay nears, awakened by his presence. With every breath, the creature's many mouths sigh and cough, sputtering in its tortuous throes. I can walk up and down it. Hey, the statue is broken. Who broke it? I guess she got freedom, like she didn't need to stare at the scene for all eternity. What about the other one? Action stream. Oh, you do have a little bit of aim actually, free aim. No description of this thing.
Do not touch the hard flesh and bone, lest you become like me.
You look good.
Dead, rotted husk.
Well, she got exactly what she wanted, right? Nothing of higher meaning.
It was not easy hiding from the Dark Ones as they searched for me. At first they passed by, not thinking that the heart was inside my dead body. But I was forced to find refuge here. You must seal the heart so it never contacts your flesh, and take it to the gathering of light.
Gathering of light, eh?
Take the heart there, or the world shall fall under a rain of eternal darkness.
Title drop.
The veil of reality can only be pulled back so far, mortal. Take your stand and fight the darkness.
Oh, hell yeah! I gotta learn how to like give convincing speeches during these centuries. She must have listened to some podcast on it or something. There's the heart, the essence of Mantarok. Looky. Where we are now. Base Lindsay, he didn't die. He's like the first guy so far without a bad ending. The demon and the Khmer. What a silly ending. No, you come here. Okay. More space. Okay. Alright, so we just finished Lindsay's chapter. Let me just see if let me just try something. Okay, I really don't have that button assigned. That sucks. I don't know what I have on L. I mean, I don't need it for now. Spell 7 is shield, right? Might as well shield up. Actually, there's no need to shield up. I can't even remember if this lady here will ever fight, so I don't remember past a certain point, that's the thing. That's why I'm playing it again. Hello, book. Oh yeah, so we found out... Who's that walking around? That The Demon and the Khmer by Edwin Lindsay hides something. Alex discovers a pulp novel written by one Dr. Edwin Lindsay amongst the books on the shelf. This is where the Tome of Eternal Darkness indicated that something of value was hidden. It's the freaking heart of Mantarok. Encased in glass to protect the world from its corrosive energies. Yeah, I'll take. Mine now. These books contain a history of the royal family. Never seen again. Well, you can still see the little hatch. Yes, book. Where are you flying off to? Mandrake's heart pulses with unholy life. Although the Corpse Scout itself festers elsewhere, its power resides within this artifact. That's how that works. Let's just move swiftly on, shall we? Dear Alex isn't insane enough yet to be hallucinating a bunch. So yeah, I got the Dispel Magic, right? Previous level, and Summon Trapper. How do I have what were my runes like? What am I missing? Wait, so I'm only missing Paragon. So I should be able to get all the spells, should I not? I'm missing 2. Show me Summon Trapper, please. Tier and art attack. Summon creature. What's summon zombie then? Summon. Not. I was thinking that's project, but it's project. It's not gonna be Magramar. This is something different, I think. I had that one already, yeah. Summon creatures, obviously summon Trapper. Summon Cell? That doesn't make any sense. Does it have to do with the alignment? Surely it does not. But I would think it would be summon creature. Let's just try. Well, it's not gonna be this. What are you whispering about? Interesting. Well, let's think of that later. For now, this will do. Crazy, the page remained. What are you bleeding about? As the magical window fades away, the piece of parchment that the maiden was holding is left behind, floating in midair. It appears to be a chapter page. Gimme, gimme. Heresy! Oh boy. Is it time?
Tier
Tier Nalatek Zelda? Tier was summoned. Nalatek. What was it? Tier Nalatek Zelda? Whoa! This is what it looks like. Holy shit, that looks cool. I don't think I've ever seen this version of it.
I am not your food today. I am your master.
I wonder what Ulyaoth
Your
looks
task
like.
is to guard the artifact before you. Let no one touch it.
Which childhood was that? Chaturka's? Must have been. Tier Nechletek, isn't it? Tier. Summon Dispel? Oh, wait. Man, this is a slow scroll. Now let's pay attention. Was it Nelithic Tier Heretic? I can't really hear the other one. Tier. I thought it was Nelithic, but I'm not sure. Nethlek. It did seem like he said, let's just try summon this spell. It doesn't make sense, but never mind. Heresy, eh?
In Europe, during the time of the Inquisition,
what's that?
Paranoia and corruption ran deep. With the fear of devilry running rampant, the ancients' corruption extended far beyond mortal knowledge, corrupting all that could be corrupted.
That's a lot of corruption.
My researches uncovered an interesting incident. A Franciscan monk named Paul Luther was traveling through the region of Amiens during the witch hunts of the Inquisition.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Now, under martial law, the
1485.
Inquisition prevented anyone from leaving the town and its nearby cathedral. For everyone was suspect.
Suspect? Of what?
Welcome to
Church
Umbria
sounds
Cathedral,
return.
Brother Luther. I'm glad that our sacred order
This
can
guy looks
bestow
perfectly normal.
hospitality on our Franciscan brethren.
I shall not impose, Excellency. I merely request lodging and a viewing of the sacred relic, the Hand of Jude.
Many have traveled far and even risked their lives for a glimpse of the hallowed relic's true splendor. Of course, it would be wise to keep quiet during your stay. The Inquisition is here for a reason, brother. We seek to purge the deviancy from this town.
I am sure that will not be a problem. Amiens appears to be a peaceful hamlet.
It appears to be, but deviancy is secreted in the most deceptive places, which I believe is the case with Amiens.
Then I wish you luck in your search.
The Inquisition does not need luck, Brother Luther.
Just a saying, man. Relax.
Are our guides.
Fix your posture. Okay, so now we are what? Paul? Is that his name? He has. Look at his health bar. It's the tiniest one yet, surely. Maybe Elia had lower, but I don't think so. This guy. Not much of a martial monk. Decent, I mean, medium sanity and a lot of mana. Magic. That's cool. We have a meditation rod. The priest meditation rod is a small staff used as a focus for meditative prayer. Using it will allow Paul to meditate and regain some lost sanity. Yeah, you don't want to have no sanity with that little health. Ain't that the truth? Okay, let's leave. It would be inappropriate of Paul to leave us so soon after his arrival, considering the kindness of His Excellency Philippe Augustine. Philippe Augustine. Well, let's go make some prayers happen, I suppose. This is a really cool setting, this right here, man. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Wowie Maui. Not bad. Oh.
For the love of God!
For the love of God.
Help! Come quickly!
Should have just kept to yourself.
A murder! A murder most foul! What heresy is this?
I found him lying here, dead. I called the guards.
Ah. Is this our first suspect?
I'm so excited
Make
to
sure
get
no
a
one
suspect.
touches the body. It must be examined for signs of devilry. As for this man, make sure he doesn't leave the cathedral. We will question him later.
But...
Hold your tongue, Franciscan. Or it might bring my wrath upon thee. Who is to say that you did not commit this murder? If you
I
trust
am
in
to
the
say.
Almighty, and you are indeed innocent, then you will have nothing to fear.
Oh, I've heard that before. Did you just lock me in here? The door is locked. Luther is being held under arrest, waiting for judgment and trial at the hands of the Inquisition. Sounds good. Sounds like a good spot to be in. Some reported of a monk stares icily from the wall. Something about those grim, staring eyes sparks doubt and suspicion in Paul. Is this the face of a holy man? Well, it's got some holes, I guess. Framed fragment of written verse. It is in Latin and makes reference mostly to diabolical entities and how man is dominated by them if he strays from the rights of protection. Something to learn in those words. The painting captures Paul's attention. A small emerald disguised as part of the painting glints in the candlelight as though it has some value beyond being a precious gem. Should Paul try to retrieve the emerald? No. Paul is not a thief. Paul is a Christian man. Leave. No. So we are forced to steal it. Now you're even in deeper trouble, aren't you?
Are you here to pass sentence on me?
No. I'm here to free you.
Thanks, bud.
You are in incredible danger.
Me?
This cathedral used to be a place of peace. Now many strange things happen here. I don't want you to end up like the others.
What do you mean?
The body you found was Brother Andrew, and he was killed to protect a secret.
Not Andy.
We can't talk about it here. Find me in the bell tower later, and I shall aid thee further.
Why are you releasing me?
I don't want to see another innocent die like your Franciscan brethren. I have seen Brother Andrew make numerous entries into his journal. This may contain the answers to the cathedral's dark secrets.
What can I do?
If I were you, I'd run.
Let's do that.
They will surely hunt me if I run. This has to stop.
Then be it on your own head, Luther. Find Brother Andrew's journals if you can. He spent time in the old tower investigating. I believe I can find the key to the old tower in one of my stores. Later, come find me in the bell tower, and I will give it to you. Be swift. We can't evade them forever.
Nor shall we. Okay, find the journal pages. Find the script. What's with the sound effect? Oh. I like that. Who did we play as last? Lindsay. Right? Yes. And so Lindsay doesn't get a statue because he didn't have a bad ending. I love that detail. Cool. Now we can go to freaking town. There's not really that much for me to do because I don't have a weapon even. We have an emerald though. Emerald's deep green surface reflects the light inside it perfectly. Its cut is the work of a master craftsman. Yeah, I'm sure. Enchant item recovery, summon trapper, dispel magic, damage field. This is shield, this is some sort of an attacking spell. Spell 12 I have no idea, and spell 11 is that pool thing. Who's a holy man now? Look at me. Now I'm looking proper holy. Can we leave now? Paul cannot leave the cathedral until his name is cleared and the real murderer has been uncovered. To run away now would be an admission of his guilt. It would not, but sure, if you say so. So that's there. This is where I came from, and there was nothing else. Okay. Then we go here. Open door. I don't have any weapons. So... let's see if we can make use of this. It was 12. No, it was 9. Mantarok against Mantarok? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Let's just do this. It worked! Examine, what the... okay, well I can't finish him. Get wrecked though. I wish I could get a pool like that, but for stamina, that would be better. This is the bell tower. Paul is nervous about ringing the bell, fearing his own capture. It is the custodian's task to ring the bell at appropriate times. Perhaps he will be by later to ring it? Ring it anyway. Don't be a puss. There's my buddy. We just spoke. I saw a zombie, by the way.
Ah, Brother Luther, not a moment too soon.
We just spoke.
As you have noticed, dread things inhabit this place.
Okay.
Shambling corpses, and worse.
There is darkness at work here, in the midst of the Inquisition.
I suspect it is worse than that, but I have no proof. Brother Andrew knew this also, and paid the price for it.
Why are you telling me this?
Perhaps you can finish off what Andrew started.
Alright.
Take this key. It unlocks the old tower. It has been sealed off since the Inquisition.
Yeah, I'm not as much as found the old tower.
To uncover the truth behind this.
If you manage to uncover the source of darkness, return here, and I will do everything I can to help. Till then, brother, may your faith protect you.
Cheers. Old tower key. Alright. Custodian shakes his head and informs Paul that he doesn't have enough evidence to make an accusation against Augustine. There must be something else to find. Alright, find the source of darkness, return to the clock tower. Very good. Clock town. 24 hours remain. This is pretty I like this setting. Looks nice. Looks nice. It's not really a thing, is it? For that stained glass right behind the altar like that? Usually there's more space and stuff. But yeah, it looks nice. Just might as well, since right now I have unlimited mana basically. Or like I have no other use of my mana. Let me actually save because we've been through some things and if something goes wrong it would just be annoying to go through it again. Thanks. Now let's see what's up here. They removed the body. I can't go through the cubicles. Okay. Nothing about the body. The altar is bereft of holy adornments. No crucifix, no Bible, no sacrament of any kind. Paul is disturbed by this sight. What faith does the order practice? Good question. Is a good question. Playing the organ is a daunting challenge for someone like Paul, who has no musical talent. Paul could probably play the organ if there was some music to play, okay? No musical talent, feels bad, man. Oh, nothing on this side. Okay, well there's some loading zone there, so let's keep that in mind. Oh. Crossbow bolts. Interesting. Quiver crossbow bolts. A large rusted iron key used for access to the old tower. Cathedral's tabernacle is fashioned from aged varnished mahogany. Its doors are closed and there doesn't appear to be any way of opening them manually. What do you mean manually? You have an automatic way to do it? Oh. Simple podium and lectern provides a platform for a priest giving a sermon to his congregation. There's a drawer recessed inside it. Open drawer. It's locked. Well, ain't that a biatch? Okay. Oh man. Oh man. You good? Can I get this torch? Oh, I'll take that. Give me some torches. Okay. Got a little room here. What's this? Another instrument? Here's the holy water. At least the water. At least a liquid. Oh. It's a different kind of painting. The woodcut shows an act of blasphemy. A host of demons prey upon humans like they were playthings, disemboweled by mocking demons, eaten or tortured by other carnal deviant acts. I mean, I can barely see any humans except the ones on the left and the head on the right. I'm not sure what's going on here. But yeah, nothing good. Nothing good. Anything here? Examine. The right carries robes and cloaks for ceremonial use. As Paul draws the robes back, something tumbles from inside. Holding the key. Oh, we just found the thing for the thing. Huh? Heavy wooden chest sits against the room's wall that appears to be old and worn. Should Paul open the chest? Crossbow. Ain't that some shit? Oh. Woodcut depicting the effects of a plague. The spirit of death incarnates casts final judgment over a wealth of victims. Yeah, the plague is nothing good. Okay, podium key. Tiny brass key for the podium in the cathedral apse. The crossbow is a powerful and accurate weapon that shoots a wooden bolt. So just one at a time? Well, yeah, but I mean, that's a lot of reloading. Okay, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Then... diary page. On the diary page. Page 1. This the diary brother Andrew. This is what we're looking for. I finally arrived at Ames. It's French. It's like I don't know how to say. My pilgrimage to see the hand of Jude draws to a close. I cannot wait to lay eyes upon this sacred relic. My journey here has been arduous, and it shall be good to relax for a while in this peaceful village. Ames. This town is full of good people, strong in their faith and their role in our world. If the blight of witchcraft is present in this world, then I doubt it is in this town. It's almost like he wrote that on purpose, knowing full well. Okay, let's go down here now. Then, branching hallways. This way. Here's a door, open door. Okay. Bolts. Sure. The personal effects of a priest are scattered across the shelves. Rosary beads, a crucifix, and a variety of other small holy items. Paul believes they must have been Brother Andrew's. Oh, this is Andrew's little crib. This Spartan bed shows how the order treats its visitors. There is no sign of the order's own quarters, and this chills Paul to the bone. The only man that doesn't need a bed is a dead one. True, but how do you know that there aren't other beds? You're not done exploring yet. Yeah. The desk bears a leather-bound book. Paul has found the Book of the Reliquaries. Book of Reliquaries? This is the forgeries of the reliquaries, dating back to the late 13th century, exquisitely illuminated and bound with hard leather. Reliquaries? What does that mean? A container for holy relics. Okay, so this is something you keep relics in. That's not a book though, that's like a fancy thing. Okay, whatever. It reads, doubtless, many obscure orders requiring more income than can be garnered from the Tith resorted to forging ancient relics to bring people from outside the region to their diocese, and thus become more lucrative. While it could be said that a false hope is still hope, relics such as Cubert's jawbone, the hand of Jude, and infamous thigh-bone flute of Connaught, while being forgeries, deceive the righteous unjustly. Their existence as true relics is the utmost heresy. Is that some kind of foreshadowing going on there? Okay. What's all this? The bellows mechanism supplies the organ upstairs with air. It requires an expert hand and attention to keep in working order. Hey, Mary. My day is just fine, thank you. How's yours? Okay. Near the organ, a steel mace is mounted on the back wall by means of a display armature. Gimme, gimme. Give me that bolt as well. Okay, what's in here? Head to work, huh? Hope you have a decent day. Well, I hope you have a great day, but at least a decent day. We got a trapper coming here, so I'm just gonna bam. And the trapper is no more. Now I can see, I can only reload one bolt, yeah? Oh shit, there's more trappers. Not anymore. Anyone else? Cool. Don't mess with Paul, alright? Paul ain't got time for your nonsense. Okay. Anything else? Examine. A wine cask used for maturing wine. The wine inside this one must be very strong, for it seeps through the cask, filling the air with a heady aroma. Oh, that's what that is. Knock, knock. Is there gonna be a different one? Knocking on this cask results in a hollow thud. It is empty, but why, when all the other ones are full of maturing wine? Should Paul turn the barrel's spigot? Yes. Oh, it's some sort of a secret passage. Am I reloaded? Give me the torch. Let's see what the mace is about. A weapon covered with spikes and phalanges that focus force upon striking. The mace was effective against an enemy wearing chainmail. Although usually directed against the head, a mace blow to a limb could break bones even if the armor was not pierced. Handy. Let's see what we found here then. Hello. Hey Plufkip, how you doing, man? Can I go up against this guy? Well, shit. Here goes. Hi, don't mind me too much. No need for that. Let's just keep it civilized. There you go. Good. I'm doing a bit of a spooky game here for this spooky month, but this is more than just a spooky game. This is a great game. I think I follow you since the time you were playing Vice City. Yeah, actually a lot of my follows are from then. I'm gonna come back to Vice City soon, don't worry. It's on my mind actually. I am like bleeding followers when I play stuff like this, but you know, you gotta play what you feel like. Anyway, we got a sapphire. The sapphire glows with a bright luminance resulting from its stunning cut. Light is kept within its surfaces, giving it an almost ethereal hue. I know, it's here. This pedestal has 3 small indentations adorning its top, arranged in a circular formation. Each socket appears to be waiting for something. For a sapphire? Perhaps for emerald? As well as for a... don't have the third thing. Oh well, that's fine. There's a massive granite vault carved with hideous bas reliefs. Scratch marks running along the floor make it appear that the crypt has been moved many times. Yeah, I'm gonna do like a Vice City D restaurant soon. See if I can, because actually I'm ranked number 50 now. Like I was mid 30 or something, I don't remember, and then slowly people passed me, and I'm now exactly 50. I can't be outside of the top 50, so I need to improve my PB now. Hidden in the alcoves of this mausoleum lie the remains of departed monks. Some have turned to dust, others have grotesquely withered, leaving husks of bone and leathery skin. Okay. Good for them, I suppose. Could also use a nice rest. I'm just kidding. Okay, so we need to find the ruby, I suppose. Okay. Very good. What's in here then? Paul notes that the door to the old tower is locked. Oh, okay, this is the old tower. We have the old tower key. Oh boy. Wow, okay, that's actually pretty early. I appreciate it, man. I hope you don't leave me. What have you been up to then? Also, what are your like favorite GTA games? If I was gonna run something other than Vice City, I've been thinking about that lately, and I have a few different candidates, but I'm not convinced of any. Do what you like. I've been into Assassin's Creed for a couple years, playing Odyssey now. I actually, when I bought my new PC, I got the previous one. Not Odyssey, but what was the previous one? Scroll of Age paper sits on the dusty altar top. It seems to have been discarded. Shield spell, yeah. I've been using shield a lot. Here's the shield spell, by the way. It's a good one. Okay, so we're back in Anthony Land, by the way, for those who've been keeping track. GTA 4 the least. It is a long one, but I would think it'd be cool to just know it. Like, I don't have to grind it, but I would like to, you know how to do some cool stuff in San Andreas. Is this casket in readiness for Brother Andrew's body? Perhaps Augustine is blessing it, or perhaps it has a more sinister purpose. It is almost as if the death was expected, or arranged. Horse system, ship engine, very good map. Did I just hear Anthony? Huh. Yeah, okay, I don't remember the name of the previous Assassin's Creed. It's one in Egypt. Open door. The dishes room. Hi, Anthony. You look good. How you been? It's been a couple hundred years. Okay. I feel I should use something. I should use this damage field. I rarely use it, but I feel that it's a good time to use it. Did he get trapped inside of it? That's perfect. Sorry, dude. Oh yeah, I forgot he's a zombie. She don't be as well as Black Ops. Man, this worked out so well. He's inside of my barrier. Prestige, I played a lot. I'm glad you're asking Myri, not me, because I know I wouldn't know. Okay, does he just get all the knowledge of Anthony? What happens here? This game came out in 2002, by the way. I think it looks great for its time. It's a freaking GameCube game, would you believe it? Two-edged sword. Oh yeah, the one that Anthony was using the whole time. Anyway, as I was saying, I got this Assassin's Creed game, the one when you're in Egypt. And I've never played any Assassin's Creed game, actually. And so I was gonna do some big stream with that, and that's like my first experience with Assassin's Creed, but I've just been postponing it ever since I got it, and I still haven't done it. So yeah, I mean, I could do that if people are interested. Okay, so we got the ruby, that's cool. Deep crimson ruby cut with intimate care and workmanship. Light is trapped within its recursive facets, making it appear to glow from within. That's cool. Two-edged sword. Hang on, heavy single-edged sword with two cutting edges. It is commonly known as a bastard sword or hand-and-half sword for the length of the hilt, which can fit in one hand with the other hand for support. I think that's definitely better than the mace. 1 and 3, but I play like 10. Such a waste. Nah, if you had a good time, then it's not a waste. I prefer my torch, actually, because let there be light, you know? Okay, did I find everything here? I suppose. There's an upstairs part as well. Origins. Yeah, I think it was Origins. That sounds right. Assassin's Creed Origins. Also, they were both ASO. The last two Assassin's Creeds are ASO, I see. Okay, oh, hello. How you doing there, buddy? You want one of these? One of these? I have so much sanity, I don't even gonna finish him. A bit out of this series. Yeah, that's the thing, I don't know the series at all, and I'm not gonna be playing it from the beginning. Well, maybe I would fall in love with it, I don't know. We found a sheet of music though, also I need to use my shield. What you call it? Liberation. Well, I've never even heard of it, so that's a good sign, I guess. A bewildering array of books and tomes, sorted neatly onto a set of shelves, mostly books of a religious nature, awaiting scholars such as Paul to peruse their contents. Peruse them, Paul, peruse away. Lying on an abandoned easel is a sheet of tattered paper covered with scrawls of ink. A diary page. We found another diary page, that's cool. Chest? No. Window? No. Books? Same text. Anything else? Give me something good. No, I think that's it. Okay. Piece of parchment with some musical notations written on it. It's somewhat tattered. Okay, that's the same. Diary of Brother Andrew, page 2. I suppose it is understandable that they will not show me the hand of Jude on such little notice, but I must confess that the preparations they make are most unusual. No acts of consecration. No acts of consecration, no daily prayer or worship are demonstrated by this strange order. One wonders if they are holy at all, let alone being under the auspices of the Grand Inquisition. Perhaps this is my naivete of our faith. There are many practices associated with it, and they differ greatly from region to region. Perhaps Amiens is merely more eccentric than others. Perhaps. Or perhaps you should follow your gut, because I think you were right with your first thought. Checking out the sound. Play without following the series. There's like, how many Assassin's Creed games are there now? I remember when they were numbered. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff actually. We have where to begin, really? Let's begin with the ruby. Let's begin by saving, because these old games do not have auto-save. 12. Okay, that's more than I would have guessed. Wow. Somehow I haven't played any of them, yeah. So, I mean, is Origins a bad one to start with? Because, I mean, I have it already. So it's silly that I would go out and buy another one, I feel. Alright, Ruby. Unity? That's an interesting name. Okay, music started as we opened this thing. Oh, that JPEG up there looks cool. Open door. Hi, zombies. Hi, baby zombie. I could just torch them, but I mean, it's not like this one is ineffective. It looks beautiful. It does look really cool. Party play. Maybe if you really like AC, yeah. I'll try Audi. Well, I'll try some other ones. I maybe wouldn't go immediately to the newest. Okay, ooh, a rune. Paragon rune. We're getting Paragon. This rune is so good. Give me this rune. Best rune. Well, I mean, it's arguable if it's the best rune or not. It's a good rune because it can make every other spell more powerful, but it can't make any spell of its own, so... Is it best? Is it worst? Season Pass. It's the same thing you feel. Jumping off roofs and landing in hay piles. That's my impression of it. Oh. Hello, Grandpa.
Help me, Grandpa. I can't take this anymore.
Don't be so weak, Alex.
Rude.
You have a stronger mind than this.
Nah.
I didn't bring up a weakling.
You sure did.
Not a scared wretch of a girl.
Rude.
You kept all this from me. You kept me alone. You shared nothing with me.
I couldn't. I could never give you the burden. I just wanted you to grow up.
That's a lot of content.
And leave me alone.
Oof.
Why couldn't you have been killed with your parents?
Damn. Damn. I prefer when he was like perving on me. Yeah, alright, Paul. I hear zombie sounds. Hello. Goodbye. Okay. Let's see who wins. Wow, Chuturka won easily there. Do I still have my shield? No, I don't. Oh god. One more hit. He has so little health, this Paul. Like, so little max health. Come on. Oh god. Too close. Too close. Having seen you. Were you asking me, Plowfield? Oh yeah, I have a crossbow. I haven't really been using it. Okay. Heal. Heal again. Stop screaming. Shield. Thank you. Let's check something. No, I haven't been playing Vice City in quite some time, actually, in like 5 or 6 months or so. I've been doing other things. I got Unravel world record. No one cares. The crowd goes silent. So yeah, I've taken a break from Vice City, but yeah, I feel like I want to go back to some sort of GTA stuff. An effigy of a monk, reclining on a sacrificial altar. A deep grove bisects its chest. The monk's face looks almost exactly like the custodian. The inscription reads, "Only when thy friend is sacrificed, when his cries fill the air, will the great doors be opened to thee." That sounds promising. Okay. This door is locked, and this door is where I came from. Or is this door where I came from? There's 3 doors here. Let's try this one. Oh, this is where I came from. Unravel world record. Whoa. Yeah. I wish. Hello, zombie. Burn o'clock for you. And you. I love the zombies that can be burned. They're so nice. I don't know why I'm losing shield though. They don't even get a chance to hit me. These guys cannot be burned. Hi, how you doing, guys? Oh, the sanity drops. Oh yes, when they attack my sanity, that's enough to take down my shield. And they do that just by looking at me, so... Yeah, this game has like a really cool system of sanity. Like this green bar, top left, depicts how much sanity I have left, and the less sanity you have, the more you start hallucinate and stuff. It has some impact on your health as well, but it's mostly like a fun thing, really. As further proof of the heresy within this dark cathedral, a table bears arcane documents. Diagrams and sigils pertaining to demonic craft are scattered across the recently used table. So, nothing good. Arcane documents and treatments of the demonic arts. Paul Darent. Darent? You can say Darent like that? I've never seen that. Darent. That looks so cool. Paul daren't touch them for fear of the taint of evil. Right. There was a pressure plate here before. Anything else? No. Just more daren't. How about this? The shelf appears to be recessed into the wall. Not quite as flush as the others in the room. Almost as if it could slide inward. Time to work. Alright. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. These guys you can torch. Bam. And bam. I'm wondering if it's a good idea to save. Yeah, I can't save. Maybe if these guys stop squirming, I can save. No. How's my health and stuff? Let's just shield up. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Hello. Okay, there wasn't really anything in here. Torn diary page has been placed on the shrine. Thanks. And the codex for Pargon. Tucked into the niche within the wall, a stone tablet is found. The last codex! By adding Pargon runes, it can be powered up. Yeah, so now I have all the runes. I have all the runes, all the rune codexes. I'm missing 2 circles of powers and details like on some spells. I have all the runes, so I should be able to make all the spells. So I don't know what I'm missing there. Not important. Anyway, we got a diary page number 3. Diary about Andrew page 3. With a shudder, my heart turned to ice. I came to the brutal realization that the entire order were heretics and that I was in incredible jeopardy. Who knows how long they had kept their dark secret, masquerading as custodians of the Hand of Jude, when in fact they guarded a damnable relic, the essence of the unholy Chaturga, and used it to lure potential victims to their hideous sacrifice. I felt sick, and despite my faith, I felt intense fear and hopelessness. I know that I must escape this place before they suspect my knowledge. I must warn the world and notify the real Inquisition of their presence. Knowing death is just around the corner and fearing every moment, I commit these words to paper. Augustine will find this book. I will remove certain pages and hide them, so that all who may follow might discover the truth before it is too late. Hey, it worked out for you. Well, except the dying part, I guess. Okay. So I think we should be able to go back to the clock tower now, to our good buddy, the custodian. We have a lot of information, although why his body is here, I don't know. That's not something to worry about, I'm sure. I didn't have any other keys, right? No. Nope. I seem to be increasing in size, and I cannot fit through the door. Okay.
What's going on here?
What's going on? It's just one of those hallucinations I was talking about. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Shh. It's okay. It's cool. Yeah. Sure, it's not. Okay, are these interesting? Well, I've certainly learned more about this place. I wonder if anything is gonna be different now. We're just here again. Everything's cool, right? Let's play our music now. Peppermint is able to play. Yeah. Play it. Oh, this is gonna be hard because of mappings, but this A, B, Y must be like this one. Oof. The X I don't have mapped. I do have mapped. Okay, thank God. So it's something else I don't have mapped. And then Y, A. Okay. What did I miss? Oh, there's a B in there. Shit. It's right in front of me and I can't do it. Y, X, B, Y, A. Now for the Banjo-Kazooie music. Heck yes, Circle of Power, level 5. Combining that with the newly found Paragon Rune, we can do all kinds of great spells. Dick. I missed the text, but that's fine. Circle of Power. Okay. So we're definitely gonna upgrade our shield, our enchant item, and our spell 11. I feel I want to recover to be still this low level because it's faster to cast and it's like something you might want to cast in tight spots. So can't assign. Oh, I need to discover it. So actually I should probably try and find all the spells now. So shield was protect self, I think. It was simple as that. Paragon. Yeah. Okay, so I'm missing spell 8 and spell 10. It's like you can just do it from process of elimination, really. Protect item. Protect area. Damage field, we got it. Protect creature. Spell 12, which I don't know what it does. It seems to protect enemies, which I don't know why I would want to do that. Protect self doesn't do anything. Oh, that's the shield spell. There was something else, self, that didn't do anything. Protect. Okay, Paragon is never gonna be. Okay, so it's not a protect. Then summon. Item. Summon area, that's something. That's spell 11, we have that. Summon creature, that's the summon trapper. And summon self didn't do anything. Obviously. Absorb item, that's enchant, isn't it? Okay. Absorb area is reveal invisible. Absorb creature. Absorb self is recover, which doesn't make sense to me. Is that it? Self, yeah. Okay, so dispel item. Dispel area. Wait, that was spell 9, that's not what I was trying to do. Project area. But spell 9 we have. Dispel area. That's dispel magic. Dispel creature? No. Spell self. No. So there's not much left, there's just project. Project item is enchant. Project area, spell 9. Project creature. Project self. I don't get it. What? What could they be then? Is this some weird combination of things from the same lines? But what could it be? Like self creature? Doesn't make sense. Protect summon. Absorb. Huh. I'm kind of stumped on that one. Whatever. So, okay, shield this onto this. Yes. And what was enchant item? It was project item, right? Project item. Pardon. Enchant item assign. Manta rock. Bam. And just spell 11. Which is those two runes. So it looked like. Yeah, like area. Not dispel. What was it? Area, and I can see what's in the top right. It must be summon. Summon area. Area. Summon. Okay. Spell 11, assign. This is the pool one. I kind of feel I should, like... I should with Manta Rock, actually. Because it's so good in Manta Rock. It's too good not to do. I know it will heal some sanity too, but whatever. So this will be then here. Okay. Awesome. Let's try one of them out. Oh yeah. Alright, let's find Mr. Custodian. Tell him the good news. No need for... Oh, well, that was a quick death. Never mind.
What's going on here?
Never mind. Yo, Custodian! What's up, brah?
Brother Andrew suspected Augustine all along. I managed to find remnants of his journal, and it all points to Augustine's involvement with a paganistic cult operating inside the cathedral.
Aye, the cathedral's dark secret has been uncovered.
We did it.
I too suspected this, but was too afraid to act. Augustine himself is a heretic.
He has covered his tracks well, claiming that the sacred relic, the Hand of Jude, was stored here. He had those who came to see it murdered. The Hand of Jude never existed.
It's a really smart strategy.
And with that realization,
Really good way to get people to come.
Closes, brother. My days here are numbered.
Yeah.
I awoke to find this cruel dagger placed upon my pillow this morning.
What could it mean?
It can only mean one thing. I know too much, and they are moving to silence me. I can only hope that what little faith I have left is enough to save my soul. Please, take this thing away from me. Its very sight troubles me to no end. May your faith protect thee, Brother Luther, for that's all you have.
No, I have these guns. Okay. I'm sure he'll be fine. Behind you. An ornate long-bladed knife used to sacrifice humans. You just have a human sacrificing knife. There's such a thing as a knife made for human sacrifice. Okay. For Paul to even pick it up is repulsive, for the sense of evil it emits is intense and unnerving. The souls this blade has taken live on... Oh. The souls this plate has taken live on within its metal. That's pretty metal. Dude, you alright? Yikes. I'm sure he's fine. Hello? Who's there? Do I have health? I do. Oh, how cute. Oh, hello there. I'm just gonna move on, really. They should have had some combat in this area, that would have been cool. It's so cute. Any new monsters spawning? Yeah, you take a rest. Let's save it. No, a freaking blue stone. Am I still alive here? I see, that was just a thing. Like your monster. What color are you? Oh, you're just a Mantra. I thought you were something to be concerned about. Ah! Ah! Are you gonna do your thing? Shoot! Ah, do something! God damn it. Alright, if you're just gonna wait, I'm gonna act. Oh, there's another one. What's the reloading animation? Check out this reloading animation. Not bad. How many of these freaking zombies, man? Why such weak enemies? I mean, I know he has no life, so like, I guess maybe that's why they. But come on, just wasting my time with those guys. So where's the thing? Is it here or shit? Hey, do you mind if I just apply this thing to your head? There we go. I'm sure this won't do anything bad. Whoops. Was he in there? The monk in the effigy has been sacrificed. A dagger protrudes from a deep grove within his chest. The echoes of his screams still reverberate in Paul's ears. Yeah, it's pretty freaky how there were screams at all. Well, that doesn't seem like something that should be happening. Okay. Looks like we need to dispel some magic. Oh, so I need to figure it out. So it is... Oh, it should be just area, right? Like, not protect, not summon, dispel area. That sounds right. Okay, and then just also to cast it. Thanks. What is this place? And this? And this. Now we're nice and purple. Dangling from worn iron chains, burning censers fill the room with a fetid incense. Acrid smoke rises from what can only be burning flesh. Okay. Could only be that, really. Only. There's like hieroglyphs on the walls and shit. What is this cave? What the hell? And who this? Aww. That sucks. Lying in a pool of his own blood is the custodian, Paul's only ally in the fight against the darkness. His soul no doubt lingers, fused to the altar on which his life has been taken, watching over his own rapidly cooling corpse. Ghosts? Angels? Really? Feeling all hope escape him, Paul's situation is suddenly 1,000 times more desperate than before. Now he is alone. Alone against the darkness. Oh. Rip.
You are a clever man, brother.
Thank you. How nice.
Wanting answers to clarify your new position as fugitive, you seek them out, and this is what you find.
Found it.
Tell me, what does a man such as yourself think of when he finds a viper's nest of heresy? When he finds the very source of corruption?
I think I did it.
I think of irony. Irony of what you, masquerading as a member of the Inquisition, stand for. And that you stand for evil.
Oh, Paul, come on. That's the best you can do.
You're
You're evil. No, don't be
no
evil.
longer concerns me, Luther. You will be executed in the most painful manner imaginable.
Ouch. Why though?
After we have broken your frail body and mind in the name of our true Lord, Zelatoth.
You didn't pronounce that right.
My children.
Did you? Zelatoth.
Feast on this morsel.
No.
And let us return to our preparation.
No, there's no need for that. I'll just be on my way, thanks. Okay. It's just 2 of these. Shouldn't be too bad. With level 5 shield up. I mean, it'll be instantly a level 3 after do the sanity thing, but... Okay, they actually removed all my shield. Okay. This is no laughing matter right here. Okay, it's split up, that's good. One at a time, I can handle that. Return. There we go, and there we go. That got almost spooky for a moment. Should be fine now. What could it mean? It's just her again. Didn't I go here already? Did I go in the wrong door? Oh no, it's not quite the same. It's just similar. It's just similar. Okay. This door is decorated more than most within the catacombs. Sensing an immense evil behind this door, Paul wonders if the ceremony the monk had mentioned earlier is taking place behind it. Enter and put the end to the heresy. Do it, Paul. Do it. You got it. I believe in you. Piece of cake for you. You're a holy man. Show them that good always prevails. What's up, Ghost? Can I help you? You done goofed now, Paul. Yes, let's go.
Your task, my liege and greater guardian, is to guard this place. Do not worry about this world. His kind yelps in terror at the sight of your mightiness. We will dispose of him ourselves.
Ouch. Wait. Did he die?
If I am to guard this place,
is he alright?
Then I will do it as I see fit.
That blood animation was so bad also.
Leave me.
But I love this beast.
I will guard this artifact as you have instructed.
I only know the Chaturka version of this beast, and it's nothing. This one is so cool. I don't know what Ulyav one is like. I'm curious. I have to beat the game again as Ulyav? What? Well, rest in peace, Paul. You tried. But you sort of lost your head there towards the end. Alright, now for like... Well... It's what scared me the most the first time I played it. It's like the only thing I remember that's really scared me. So I'm like traumatized, I'm scared to continue. The note reads, "My dearest Alex, I am glad that you have followed my paper trail thus far. I knew I could depend on you. This will be the hardest part of your journey. Look for the 88 keys to continue your journey to the past. Your loving grandfather, Edward." Wow, 88 keys. That's a lot of keys to find. Better get to work. What has 88 keys? Oh, I know, the piano. 88 keys, piano, get it? Let's go to the piano room. What could possibly go wrong in here? Oh, I hear some sort of a sound. Here's the piano though, let's... Oh, hello there. How goes it? And so am I. So am I, my dear ghost friend. Yeah. Like... Just imagine you're playing this as younger, and you don't always know where to go, obviously, because it's the first time. And so you've been in this room like 20 times between the chapters, trying to figure out where to go next. And then just one of the times you go in here randomly, and you just run in. Because you don't even think about it, you just run in like, and you just spam, see that. I mean, I get goosebumps even now when I completely was expecting it. It scared me so much. Like, it fucked me. That's where the game really got me. Like the bathtub, you get a little, you know, a little jump scare, but that really fucked me. Anyway, here's the piano. Seeing the piano stirred up distant recollections of Paul would restore in Alex's mind. The echoes of those notes within the cathedral echo also within her own consciousness. Her hands are drawn to the keys, almost of their own accord. Oh, I gotta do this again. A, B, Y, X, B, Y, A. Chapter page is hidden. Gimme. Oh, whoops. The Forbidden City. Desert.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I am your lord and conqueror.
What manner of forsaken being are you?
Oh, it's pies. Don't worry about it.
You can see me in my true form. You are a gifted man. Take this one and use him as the foundation for the pillar.
Oh.
He is special and should be given a special place among the suffering.
The pillar, the pillar is sick. It's sick. That's not a like psychological thing that can torment you. It's just sick. It's just sick, so sick that we're gonna delete all saved games. Actually, I want to delete all of your saved games. Yes, continue not saving. How about Just not save them. Did I save states at any point? You have successfully deleted all your save games.
This can't be happening.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Did you like my acting? I did say it right. The Forbidden City.
Much has been written about the exploits of conquerors. In the context of history, one man's champion is another man's nemesis, hero or murderer.
Murder.
Much has been written, but what has not is far more interesting.
Interesting.
The Tome of Eternal Darkness mentions a Venetian artist and architect of the Renaissance named Roberto Bianchi. Roaming abroad to find inspiration, he was captured by a warlord expanding his empire. He forced Roberto to use his architectural and engineering skills to construct a monument to his greatness. To complete his task, he must survey the site.
Seems simple enough. So 1460 now, we're going back again. Is this a JPEG or is this 3D models? I thought it was only JPEG, but it seems to be a bit some models.
Survey the site quickly, dog.
Okay,
and
sir.
Maybe you'll live long enough to see the sacrament's construction.
Okay. We'll do, boss.
Did you think we would trust you, Bianchi? Even though you are graced with the generosity of our liege, you are still his prisoner.
Okay.
As I said, finish your work quickly, and maybe we'll drag you out of this hole.
Huh. They seem to be kind of like unnecessarily rude about the whole thing, but alright. Roberto must survey the ruins of this ancient temple. The rooms he must survey can be found on the map. Only when these areas have been inspected can the construction begin. Roberto, eh? So I remember this kind of, because I remember that you need to do stuff on the map. But that's like all I remember from this chapter. Really. Maybe it will all come back to me, or maybe this is where I finally have to like solve puzzles without just remembering them. The foundation for the monument has been constructed, but it has suffered some damage. The rest of the complex is unknown, and Roberto must discover if construction can continue. Right. Let's have a look-see then. Okay, so Roberto, he has very little magic, but a lot of health and decent sanity. Start with a torch. I don't mind a torch. So I don't know if we're supposed to. Let's see. Let's just go somewhere first. Anywhere. Climb up. Okay, so here's our room. So am I supposed to? So there are X's there. There's X's on different floors. Down floor X button, up floor Y button. So these. Okay, so X, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rooms that we need to see, if I understand this right. And this was one of them. Yeah. Hello? Frantic worker looking for answers to questions that can't be answered. He hopes Roberto is there to save them, and longs to see his family and friends once he escapes. Should I kill him? So what do I do here? What talk? How do I survey? What do you need from me? Yeah, I shouldn't sprint maybe, just walk around. Not climb down. Am I not supposed to survey this? How do I survey? middle of the room. Survey. Survey says nothing. Is this one? Oh, this is not one of the rooms. Okay, never mind. I saw wrong. I hope it's not one of the rooms. Do I hear zombies already? Wait, can I go this way? Look at Roberto. Yeah, hi. Okay. None of these underground things are gonna be anything. Okay, these are green, so I'm never gonna serve you like underground stuff. So this is where Karim was, which means this is where Pius started out. Back home for Pius. One of Roberto's fellow slaves lies dead. His wounds seem to have attracted the attention of the beasts. They have been gnawed open, spilling his innards onto the dusty floor. Not really what you want. Okay, this is definitely one of the rooms. So, hi, examine. Roberto tried to survey this area. Yes. The structure around here shows signs of stress. It is far from sound. Perhaps with some reinforcement, it might be able to suit the requirements of the monument. Alright, we surveyed. This is where Karim started, right? Yeah. So can I talk to you? Oh, there's a spell scroll. I wonder which spell. Oh no, those are crossbow bolts. I thought it was a spell scroll. Talk to me, boys. I want to get to know you. An old Saif lies discarded on a nearby ledge. What is that? This is a Saif, a curved Arabic sword with a distinctive pommel. The Saif is the standard weapon of most Middle Eastern armies. Okay. If you Saif so... Can I really not talk to these guys? I wanna know what makes them tick. Talk now. Now that you're just standing. See, you're just taking a break. We can talk. We can talk. Do you mind that I'm putting the torch in your head? Is that the problem? Okay, you really can't talk to these guys. Okay, so can I tell on the map that I've surveyed this? Okay, the X is gone. Alright. Okay. Let's see, a dead blue zombie dude there. Red zombies. And Monturok zombies. And I have no spells, no way to heal, no nothing. Here goes. Lever, pull. You're trapped now. Okay. No problem. This will be a little bit more of a problem. Ah. Just die. Actually, don't even bother dying. I don't care if you live or die. Hey, we can go back and go forward. Oh, he's growing. You could see in the cutscene his head like half regrown. Can you just fall down? Down. Down. Good boys. Are you gonna wake up? Yeah. Let's burn a clock. Oh, this is just a passage forward. I thought there would be some item or something. That's supposed to be blood dripping? Looks like something went wrong there. Climb up. Is this a room of interest? It appears to be, yes. Pick up. Crossbows. Sure. What are these guys even doing? Oh, here's the crossbow. Could be good to have. Examine. Dust and rock falls from the roof through a fault in the stone. It is difficult for Roberto to assess how sturdy the place is, but it needs a lot of reinforcement if it is to be built upon. Good job, man. You're such a helpful architect. Yo, you good? Everything fine? Oh, tome time, thank God. I feel naked without the tome, you know? Paul, Mr. Luther, valiant effort. At least you kept your head in the statue. Okay. Did I take damage before? I did. We'll just do this, and well, I want to do a quick shield spell, but man, this guy has no magic. I don't like the not having magic, man. Magic is important. You're right, buddy. The worker is surprised to see Roberto. He confesses to cowardice as he stayed behind while others ventured further into the complex. When the screams of the others echoed from the walls, he dared not move. I mean, I can't blame him. I wouldn't call it cowardice. It sounds pretty smart to me. Oh, lag? Well, it feels to be lagging now. Don't do that.
Don't.
I love this kind of mumbling. It sounds funny. So they were just captured by trappers? Is that what they were screaming? Collapsed roof and scaffolding prevent Roberto from proceeding further down the corridor. Okay. Then we go up. Can we not go up, maybe? An abandoned library of sorts. A small collection of rotted, useless books lie amid smashed pottery and debris. Right. It's way down there. Oh, and here's a spell. Tattered scroll. Paper sits atop the dais, collecting dust. Summon zombie spell scroll. What is that? Power, summon, creature. That's what I did! Or is it because it needs the 2 power guns? Yes so. It's a different one. Because yeah, it has the same requirements as Trapper. Right. Let me... did we check these? Magic, there's a counter. That which is protected no more. That which is bound is unbound. Be warned that a more powerful magic than this will endure its ravages. Evoking the magic brings into existence a creature known as the Trapper. Trappers possess the unique ability to transcend space and time and to relocate objects and creatures to their own plane. So maybe this one is just summon something with the full power. Could be. From all manners of magic will you be protected when encast in this Geas. The alignment can help but never hinder, for when in well conjured magic comes greater protection. Yeah, shield is just good. This conjuration summons a shambling corpse from the plains of eternal darkness, where the dead and all manners of fell things dwell. This magic should not be undertaken lightly, for its toll on the psyche of mortal kind is not pleasant. To see with the eyes of the dead is to become them. Huh. That's deep, bro. Okay, do we have to deal with this guy, really? Can I at least do this? I mean, I think we really don't need to deal with this guy, we could just run around him and stuff, but I feel like I'd be more comfortable with him gone. I didn't equip anything. Oh, he's on the trapper? What a bitch. How's my sanity? I don't want to finish him. Okay, is this actually one of the rooms? No. So, we're down here. Oh, and now the fog is gone. Interesting. I feel we should save. Oh boy. Why red? Oh, he's finding something else. Good job. Here's your prize for winning. It looks like I'm putting my sword in his back. A worker's corpse lies amidst a pile of rubble. The man's body had been pulverized by being thrown against the wall with such ferocity that it had collapsed. Oh, that's what happened? Damn. Damn. That's gotta hurt, bro. Bolts. That's about it. Man, he has so little magic. Another worker's corpse, this time slashed from behind as he ran from his attacker, hoping for escape. Did he get to escape? Did he manage? Okay. Squish zombie to open gate, got it. And also don't step there yourself. Ravaged corpses litter the room. Their flesh has been devoured in places and decomposition has already set in. What is this place, man? Everyone just dies. Everyone dies who goes here, man. This used to be a door. Okay, before we do the zombie thing, let's see what's in here. Just do the suicide thing. How do you do that? How do you trigger that? Oh, there he goes. I'm just gonna go over here while you do that. Just... Cool. Good job. Alright, so... You can go down here. That's towards like the end game. Put this up. This door here, I have no idea where to go, and this is like the smaller room. Let's see the map. We need to check something around here. We need to check this thing here. So let's... He's still doing his architecture stuff, even though like undead is everywhere. Okay. Hello? Should I be able to talk to some of these guys? Survey. Although crumbling in places, the structure of this area could be braced to provide enough of a foundation for the monument. Cool. You done did it. That sounds great. That's such a scary sound. But I'm just gonna let them, you know, I don't need to bother them anymore. I should let them do their job. locked. Do I have any key? No. Huh. Okay, what about down here? Maybe I need to kill a worker to get their keys. Could be. Are we good? There's another one right there. Stones roll from the collapsed ceiling prevent any passage in that direction. Good, because that's like the tutorial zone from Tyus. Are we gonna go into this huge area and do like... Are we gonna have a big battle in here, just like we did with Karim? Let me save, just in case. It sounds like it. Okay, there's the key. Is it protected by something? Okay, so the Chaturka boy is fighting though. I'm gonna help Zelotov, because I can kill Zelotov much easier than this guy. There we go. Oh, what? Burn! Okay, we need some sanity. We have too little. Okay, so what were you saying here? No! I didn't know you could finish those. Here we go. A road of molten rock and fire prevent access to the room's center, in which a curious shrine stands. Confused by the layout, Roberta ponders its purpose and reason and finds none. There is a key placed on the pedestal. It glints in the room's soft light. Okay, what do you want? Well, okay, why do you see that there? See, this I have no memory of, so yes, I've gotten far enough into the game now to where I don't really remember anymore. Do I need to survey this room? Seems like an interesting room, no? Okay, well, the key there is obviously for the door outside. How am I... What the... So the game is summon zombie spell. I don't see how that would have anything to do with anything. Let's nope out of here. How's my health? They should show health on every start screen early. Don't take up so much space. Well, we can do the summon zombie thing and see what that does before we ponder this too much.
Don't.
Oh, but I'm gonna need quite a bit of magic before we can do that. And this is where I came from, and yeah. I hope I didn't miss any of this room. So how many X's are there left? Okay, center. One here. So this. Okay, one there. Two. Okay, only two left. You regain magic by moving. Let's see if that's good enough. Can't do Mantarok? The Mantarok rune cannot be used in summoning magics. The binding of Mantarok has weakened it, and it can no longer fuel incantation of this kind. I like how they try to give it a reason. That was a shotgun. Or was it? Maybe it was an Uliak, I don't remember. I don't think it matters. Come on, it's almost full. What? How not? Yo, zombie! Squish! Why is that a mechanic? Like, I don't understand that. And now it doesn't go back up again, okay. Climbeth down. Oh, shit. This doesn't seem too good. Any magic. Well, here goes. Were they not different colored, some of them, so they can fight each other? Freaking Trapper as well, what? Kidding me with this guy? No, Trapper. Trapper. Trapper, please. Go. Wasting a shield on that. Unenchanted. Is this an Ulyav one? Or is it the same? I mean, you'd think it'd be an Ulyav one since it's so blue. It does look a bit different. I guess it is an Ulyav one. Ulyav has pretty interesting looks to them as well. Also, he died very easily, I'm surprised. Like, when I fought that guy as Dr. Lindsay, it seemed to take forever. Anyway. Oh, I have no shield. Best spell, man. This shield spell is just overpowered. God, I love it. Gives me such comfort.
Oh, we're freaking here. Venture no further.
What's up, Kareem?
Down where you stand.
Who? What?
I am the guardian of this temple, the Forbidden City. None shall enter except the chosen.
What's she doing? She just wants to be scary.
You are the chosen.
The chosen one.
For many years I have tested those who came here, and all have failed. You are unaffected by the power I wield.
Yeah, because you're a weak little puss boy.
Must surely be the chosen.
I?
Me?
Once I was as you were, confused and without answers. Yet they came in time. Now my duty is complete. I can finally rest.
I'm all rest, man. You are.
My sacrifice was not in vain.
I think it was in vain, to be honest. I don't know why. You get to rest with her. You know? I don't know if you've been following from the start, but nothing good. So here's Ulyav's relic, or whatever it is. Soul Stone. Pick up? Oh, I can't even move. He has to pick it up. Alright. Roberto can feel the acidic touch of the artifact's magic reaching towards him. Using a shred of cloth from his robes to shield his hand, he retrieves the hovering artifact. Essence of Ulyav, get! Ruby effigy. So we picked this up as fucking Kareem and it had no purpose, and now we have it again. Is it gonna have a purpose now? Made from deep red ruby, right? Just essence of Ulyav, hello? So Ulyav, its veil shifts from plane to plane, reality to reality, never really existing but never really not. Just like my life. Just wanna reload this. Do we need to survey this room? We do. This room appears to be an incredibly ancient shrine to the ancient shrine to the ancients, as noted in the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Could this be what Roberto's captor seeks to preserve with his monument? 3 pedestals, yeah. That's so worth preserving. Okay, so there's still one room, right? There was still that one spot I couldn't get to. That's one room on the blue floor, yeah. Okay, one more room to survey. Where do I even something come from? Not from here. Construct of human bones lashed together to form a small shrine. A shade of skin tops the edifice, making the light cast eerie shadows on the walls aglow with a warmth of their own. Can I put the book here, just like I did before? No. Okay, this is probably everything in here now. Alright. So, what am I gonna do about that other room? That's a good question. I thought I might have to kill the workers because one of them would have the key, but obviously the key is down here. Yes. Maybe reveal invisible? Is he partly invisible? Water? Do I do something with the ruby effigy? Did I do something with a room like above it? So I don't know which is why next. They're going up or down now. It doesn't seem to be anything like above. Well, that passage we went to just now to get to that room is kind of over it. But I don't think there was anything to do there. And my items... Huh, this is the first time I'm stuck at all. It's not like a zombie could cross over. It's not like I could pick up the key as the zombie anyway. Okay. Now what? Look out, Alex. Oh, it's just him. Just him again.
Sweet Alex. Many centuries
It's creepy again.
You are mine.
Don't disappoint me now. I've waited such a long time, Alex.
Thirst.
Never! I know what you are. I've seen what happened.
What?
You can try to fight me, but in the end you shall succumb to my desires.
Pies?
My foolish child, you don't even know your own destiny.
Get away from me!
Well, now I'm also confused.
This can't be happening!
My plan now is just to go in and kill the workers. Because it's like the only thing I didn't do. Maybe one of them has something on their body that I can use. Guys? Hi, guys. That's enough. Okay, now they're all loose. So no, I would really prefer if one at a time they were loose, but I managed to get all of them. Okay, that's one dead. I think. Should be. Don't alternate. Ah, I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. This is so much combat and all this is optional? There's no way. How's your magic, buddy? Oh, it's pretty good actually. Let's... I don't want to do magic pull actually. I can't do recover free now, so let's do a new spell. What is it? Absorb self, I think, is recover. Okay, then just do one of these. Yeah, that didn't quite heal as much as I'd hoped. And there's nothing else in here. How am I gonna get past that? Oh no, the quicksand again. I think I had quicksand in this very room as well, didn't I?
This isn't
Feels like
really happening.
Am I stupid? Am I missing something obvious? Is the game stupid? Okay, no, now we're beneath. Oh, wait, now we're at the same level. Okay, was there a thing to go up? Because now we're on the same level as the place I'm trying to get to. So we're in this green. Okay, so what is the blue? I thought we would be in the blue. And then this. So there's not gonna be anything else here for sure. Okay, so I want to try and get above the room with the coal, the hot stuff. That's what I would like. That healed almost as much as the the increased powered one. Yes, now we are above it. So what's like over here again? Is this the blue? Okay, now we're in the blue. Now we're here. So now we are like right above it. So if there's some way to like get water or something from above, it would be like here somewhere. All I see here is rats, though. And some humans. Is there something here? This must look like something. Seems dumb to backtrack all the way back. It's a purple dot stuck. So are all those workers that we passed before now gonna turn against me, or This guy is still cool. What about the guys up here? Are they gonna attack me now? You guys still cool? They seem to still be cool. The man babbles incoherently about worms devouring his countrymen and that Roberto will be next. Damn worms. The man babbles incoherently. They babble in the same way, huh? I don't think I should be going back. I feel it's something there I'm missing, but here's this. This is the silliest part. Cannot explain that with lore. Why there were gates with monsters and shit. I need something to cross lava. We should be pretty much back at the start at this point. Just something to keep water in or something? Do I put this on here? What did I do with the effigy? With the effing effigy? Alright guys, I'm done, let me out. There's monsters and shit. Can I not even be told that I'm not ready? Well then, I am most certainly missing something. Maybe it was the reveal invisible and I just didn't do enough power? It feels like a reveal invisible thing and there's like a bridge or just a floor or something. The other thing I just got was the... Summon the zombie, that makes no sense. That was already used for a different thing. Okay, we'll go try reveal invisible. I thought maybe I would break some floor in the... on the level above. I guess not. Doesn't sound right now that I think of it. You don't have to cower anymore, dude. Let's just go back. Is there anyone alive past this point? No, there's not, right? So yeah, you're free to just... you can head back, that's alright. So I wonder what the deal with the ruby effigy, and if I hadn't picked up as Kareem, what would be different? Okay. Reveal invisible is Narakov red or more. Oh. Narakov red or more. Is that what the Mantarok thing does? It just turns me invisible? But... I thought it would be revealing like all of them. So what would they want me to use here? Zelotov? Well, now we're revealing invisible of something. Just jump! It's not that far. Something to just grab it from a distance. Like it's right there. Oh, what's that? Oh, I forgot there was a sigil on it. So it's green. I should use... oh shit, red or blue. Probably won't have magic for it anyway. What's the circle? I freaking forgot that there was a sigil on it. That was all the hint I needed. There's a key place on pedestal. Yeah, okay, I'll take it. Forgotten corridor key, eh? Forgotten corridor? Bah, that took me too long. I'm surprised the Mantarok reveal invisible didn't work. Ooh. Where did that come from? That wasn't there before, was it? Small statuette of a sorcerer driven mad by an unseen force. Oh shit. It's made from lustrous sapphire. Forgotten corridor. What's that? This looks forgotten. Oh, nice tiles. This looks like a really fancy bathroom. Wow, I have no memory of this area even existing. Holy shit, what is this? How are you doing, dude? Ouch. Oh, is this like a shield thing? Okay. Sure to have shield, but sure to have stamina. I have both. How about health? Yes. Go. Bzz. Man, a puzzle that requires me to use shield. Man, I use shield. Ah, Roberto. But he said no something. Where am I on the map? Okay, we should be heading towards the last place to examine then. Shit, okay, what's going on? There's a dude there. Hello, dude. What brings you to the Forgotten Corridor? Wasn't there a dude here? Okay. Well, he's scared. That's fine. The man babbles in here. Okay, Worm's country. How did you get to the Forgotten Corridor? Hideous bas relief adorns the monolith. Humans thrown into a nest of huge worms. People have been sacrificed, ingested by the worms to fuel some unknown, unfathomable process. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. What is this place? Rope holds the bridge aloft, waiting to be lowered into position. This carving depicts a man's skeleton remains in the cruel embrace of a multitude of worm-like creatures. Are these the things that killed the men in this room? This room? There's no dead men in this room. Hiya! Oh, it is a thing like that. I like the whipping sound effect. That's good. What the sh... Well, shit. Bye, worms. Is that it? Survey, yeah. The dilapidated roof appears to be collapsing in several areas and will need a lot of reinforcements. The workers will have a daunting task ahead of them. Yeah, that's what's daunting, not like the worms or anything. Roberto has completed his survey of the complex. Now he can return to the surface and report his findings to his captor. Cool. What about the switch, though? Pull the random switch? Well, I guess I need to pull it to exit. And then backtrack? Really? We just did that. Okay. I suppose we have done it then. Did you see how I dealt with those worms? You can do that too if you're not a pussy. I will be next, huh? Yeah. we saw how that went. Yep. Not all of them take shield away, which is kind of interesting. This Forgotten Corridor looks really nice. I don't know why they would forget it. Maybe now the guys will fight me. Now that you're supposed to backtrack. No. These guys are still doing their thing. They couldn't raise it enough for him to actually fit on it. Cool. Cool. Now what?
And what news do you bring me, Architect?
The foundations are infested. Demons and devils. Many lives will be lost if you try to build there.
You have done well to complete your goal, Bianchi. The construction will continue as planned.
But the demons! You'd be insane to build there.
Silence, dog! What dwells beneath the Forbidden City is the very reason it was built. For you to understand, you must witness it firsthand.
Sounds good.
Let me educate you. Guards! Put this one with the others of the sacrifice.
Yeah, this part's sick. This is sick.
I am the Scourge of God, appointed to chastise you. Since no one knows the remedy for your iniquity except me. You are wicked, but I am more wicked than you. So be silent. Now you, Architect, you are about to make your largest contribution to this project.
Don't need to insult my work. So what I don't get is, was there something in there that killed them? Like in the pillar thing? Did they die from the fall? Or did they just, was it just like a pile of people who eventually die? Like, did you spend like a few days just lying on top of other people? I wonder what that would be like. At least I wouldn't be lonely, you know? That feel when no crushed in pillar girlfriend. Oof, this took long, man. It was just, what, 2 chapters? Chapters getting lengthy. What's... There's something here? What's going on? Should I try to survey the area? She can do that? Noticing for guys Alex's hand towards their painting, compelling her to look behind it. She reaches out and pulls back the painting and discovers a chapter page hidden beneath it. What? I didn't know, I swear. This one I didn't know. I was actually wondering how we'd find the next chapter page because I didn't even know where to look and it's what? As a familiarity overcomes her, and as the chapter key comes to her fingers, so does the realization that Roberto's spirit is aiding her. X found the chapter page entitled A War to End All Wars. Okay. She can survey the rooms now, or what? Okay. Here's Pius. Is this still the custodian?
The Black Guardian grows restless, my liege.
Black Guardian?
Its hunger increases, and the binding continues to weaken.
Oh, is that the thing that guards?
We feed it flesh, but I fear it will not guard the relic too much longer.
There is no choice in the matter. It must remain and guard the artifact until the time of planetary alignment. After
That's what we're waiting for.
The Guardian may return to its lair. Our master does not like failure. It is imperative to keep the binding intact.
Then we have to find more flesh and bone.
How about you? Also, yeah, he's sort of hands in flesh and bone right now. Okay, so they need more flesh and bone. More to end all. But what can she? Can she survey areas now? Is that a thing? Survey. I mean, that's just examining the painting. Survey. Oh, it's just that once. I mean, I just walked up to the painting because I want to have another look at that pillar. It's just a freaking thing right there. I mean, if she can survey, she should be able to survey this room. There's that sound again. Does that indicate that I can survey? Look towards it. You're looking right straight up. Yeah, it's just the blood dripping, but there was that sound in that room as well. So maybe she can't survey. There's a spooky room again. Survey. Okay, I guess no such thing. Okay. Well, I thought I would do 3 chapters in this session, but I feel I played actually for a long time, especially with the Detroit stream I did earlier. So I think, yeah, that's gonna be enough. I thought I was close to the end. I'm really not sure now. Maybe one more stream is enough? Depends. But yeah. That was kind of fun. I mean, it was much more fun now. Because, well, this last one I was very unfamiliar with.